Hello, everybody! Welcome to Shenanigoons, that kinda sorta fairy tale where you contribute to the chaos. I am Angela, your DM this evening, and hello, players and Kitty Cat.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you all doing today?
Very good.
Doing okay.
Yeah?
Long day at work, but good otherwise.
That's good. Hope everybody at home is doing well. Welcome and thank you. Obviously, we're all at home as well, but thank you for joining us for your Tuesday dose of D&D and a continuation of our story.
Yay.
We are so sad to say that Kyle, no longer stuck at a hotel with garbage internet, now has no voice with which to mellifluously entertain us with his Harlandisms, so he is out again this evening. But rest assured, we are making him hang out at his home and get better. He might be in chat a little bit today, but we'll see. More importantly, he's resting his voice. It's very important.
Resting in general.
Seeing as Harland has multi-classed into Bard, it is very important that he rest his voice.
Yes.
This is true.
So, starting at the top, we are obviously brought here by Nerdsmith. But we got some fun news today. If you like what you see tonight, you can support us at Patreon. Patreon.com/Nerdsmith. And if you do so, and I'm going to put some stuff in the link right now, you guys are super special, and because we love you so much as our viewers on Shenanigoons, for the next 24 hours, we are making 2 of our Patreon exclusive posts available to you. So you may see them and check them out and actually get a handle on what we put out on Patreon. So first, Patreon exclusive, but we're calling it a Twitch exclusive for today, is my GM toolkit. If you ever wondered how I run as much D&D as I run, you can check out my list of websites and software and inspiration and places that I go to figure out how I want to run the games. It's got a bunch of really cool resources in there. Highly recommend you check it out. I spent a lot of time making a list and writing up why I use what I use and what I use it for. So please check out my GM toolkit there on Patreon, which please let me know if it doesn't work. It should be public right now for you for the next 24 hours. In addition, the next thing that is exclusive to you all for the next 24 hours, is a map of the Queensdom here in Shenanigoons. I'm working on a paper map via Incarnate. You can get a copy of, or you can check out a standard definition copy. We'll be putting a high def version up tomorrow, but for the 24-hour preview, you can check it out. And there is a link there to my live Incarnate version of that map, so you can check it out. And whenever I make updates or changes to it, you'll see the changes. I'm still working on it. Like I said, it's a work in progress, but you can check it out there. And those are both available for the next 24 hours for you all because you're awesome. And when 24 hours are up, it'll go behind our Patreon, and it'll be Patreon exclusive. And then we'll start promoting it on social media and stuff. But you all get the sneak preview. We're going to start doing that a little more regularly as a thank you to our Twitch viewers, where you'll get a little bit of a glimpse into some of our Patreon content. We'll pick some stuff to share, and you'll get that free 24-hour preview before it goes up. So make sure you catch the show so you can look at new Patreon content before it goes there. Of course, if you want to continue supporting us, we very much appreciate you here on Twitch. And if you'd like to continue supporting us even more, you can find us on Patreon. So tell your friends. Anyway, to continue, we are also sponsored by some incredible companies. First and foremost, we would like to thank World Anvil, the most comprehensive world building and campaign management tool on the internet. We are, as with the Patreon, we're putting new content up on our World Anvil site for the World of Vale, which is our homebrew setting. And you can find a bunch of stuff there that is very interesting. And please consider starting your own World Anvil if you are an author or a world builder or just somebody who likes making wikis. There are a lot of us. You will find a bunch of really interesting worlds there. You can follow other people's worlds and get updates for when they add new content. There is such a broad collection of ingenious ideas on World Anvil. You should definitely check out their community, whether it's on World Anvil itself or on Discord. Please check them out. We are also an affiliate of Hero Forge. Hero Forge makes absolutely kick-ass 3D miniatures for your role-playing needs, whether you want to 3D print them or get 3D virtual copies to use in your own virtual tabletop software, whatever you use. You can make some really kick-ass stuff on Hero Forge. I did just notice, and because, as usual, it is Tuesday. Tuesday is the day that Hero Forge puts out new content, previews for their pro subscribers. They currently have some new tails that they just put out. There's a scorpion tail, which is very cool, and a dinosaur tail with spikes, and a tentacle tail with suction cups. And I'm very excited about that one because you can make like up to 10 or 12 tails on a figure, so you can definitely make like Ursula the Sea Witch or something if you wanted. You can make like a tentacle dress.
You can make a displacer beast.
Yeah, you can make a displacer beast now, which is super fun. Also, one that I'm really excited about, Hero Forge is coming out with acrylic standee miniatures, so you can get your 3D hero printed out on a flat piece of acrylic in full color with a little stand. So if you play with that style of figure instead of a full 3D figure, that is an option for you, and it is super duper cool. I have a bunch of cardboard and acrylic standees that I use for stuff. It's easier to pack them, easier to keep them without them getting damaged. It's a very cool way of doing tabletop minis in person, so definitely check them out. If you don't have a pro subscription, you should definitely consider it. Getting previews of this kind of stuff on Tuesdays is really cool, and their Pro Plus subscription gives you prepackaged in the subscription. You get 3D prints, or not 3D prints, but the 3D downloads of virtual tabletop versions of the files. You get a number of them every month, so you are guaranteed to get a few of those virtual downloads of characters you've made every month, so you should check them out. Finally, last but not least, Die Hard Dice. We are super proud to be sponsored by Die Hard Dice, and we are talking about the Avalor Enchanted Samhain set. Why don't you tell the fine people at home, Tessa, about the set and how awesome they are.
I will. Hey, Heather.
Yes.
I love the
Knock, knock.
setups here.
Who's there?
Banana.
Banana who?
Angela. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Banana.
Banana who?
Chris. Knock, knock.
There.
Orange.
Orange who?
Orange, you lad. I didn't say banana.
You're so lucky that there were only 3 of us here on the stream with you today. Like, I'm gonna be in the corner. I'm just gonna be in the corner. Don't worry about
How
me.
much we hated that joke is directly proportional to how much we loved
we love
Tessa.
Die Hard,
that's
guys.
how,
It's true.
how this happened.
Thank you for indulging me. This is what happens when I have very little sleep, and my brain goes, "Oh yeah, I didn't prep a joke for the ad. This is what we're doing now." So
Perfection.
you do need to go visit Die Hard Dice and check out the amazing Avalor Enchanted Samhain set. They are beautiful. They've got really gorgeous numbering on them. They are a orange and kind of a sparkly pink mixed in there. There is also some really interesting things happening at Die Hard Dice right now. Number one being the Die Hard Dice holiday sale is going on now.
Heck yeah.
Which means not only can you get amazing quality dice from Die Hard Dice with our discount code, which is normally 10% off, now until December 20th. If you go to dieharddice.com and get yourself a set of the Avalor Enchanted Samhain dice or their brand new dice, which are the Dracona. I just lost what they were called. The Alicia.
Ooh.
The Alicia sets are gorgeous. So if you get yourself the Alicia set, you can use the code DICEDRAGONS for 15% off your order now through December 20th. There is going to be a lot more custom dice coming out this month, including some dear friends of the network are coming out with some amazing sets. I cannot talk about them yet because they have not premiered, but please, please, please keep your eye open on dieharddice.com for some amazing community member dice sets.
These look so good.
Yeah, they're gorgeous. They're gorgeous.
I just put a link to the holiday sale, so check them out.
Please go check them out. They are fantastic.
There is a link to the holiday sale in chat now, so go check it out.
Yes.
Amazing, amazing. And finally, because obviously you are here for Shenanigoons to contribute to the chaos, here is how you can contribute to the chaos. Kyle has so graciously used his box here on screen to constantly remind you how you can contribute to the chaos. At $5, you can gift a reroll to the party. That is every time there is a D20 roll, they can use a reroll to do that. You can provide that to them as many as you want. Feel free. At $15, you can cause us to spin the wheel of causality. And oh, look at that. We have not gotten to that one yet, but you can cause us to spin the wheel of causality. We are we have a list of meta and in-character nonsense to happen, and if you make us spin the wheel, choose the player you want it to affect, and we will we will spin the wheel and figure out what happens. At $25, thank you so much for the example. At $25, you help me create an NPC. You have a nothing to see here. Thank you, Laura. No, it's so weird. Thanks, Laura.
Yep.
Give me a little
Super.
info about the character, their name, a description, what their deal is, something fun about them, or why they're around, and I will incorporate them as best I can into the session. As noted, longtime viewers, and especially people here from last week, we are holding off on Mouse's donation from last week to next week because she really wants Kyle to meet the NPC. So we're going to hold off until next week to introduce Mouse's, but thanks to Alora, we have an NPC for tonight, which will be a time. It'll be great. And then finally, at $50, it is DM Ex Machina. You choose a Shenanigoon of your choice, and you give them 1 minute of DM powers. Who knows if you'll want to do that for them tonight? We'll see. Anyway, let's have some fun tonight.
Yes.
But first, a little introduction. We'll be right back. Get ready. And we're back. Welcome back. We have this unsettling music. It's wonderful. So, previously on Shenanigoons, you all arrived back in the Book of Faebles and tried your best to navigate what was invariably some time that had passed. Much like the actual Feywild, teleporting from the material world to the book involves a little timey-wimey bullshit. You got there uncertain of how much time had passed in the book since you were last there. You discovered that it seems that several months have passed. A bit of time, but not enough, not generations like the last time. But the battle for the book, the battle with Her Majesty of the Trade's forces, has long since ended. You are dealing with the aftermath. And what you discovered upon chatting with a few people was that enough time had passed that here's the big status quo stuff. The tear that Her Majesty of the Trade placed in the middle of the battlefield, the one you chased her into to follow her through those book realms, is still there in the middle of the desert. And because of that, let me do that. Yeah, let me get rid of... I'm just putting the chaos list away. I don't know where it is, but the map is there, but I have this. Let's just move it away. Here, I'll just put it right here and forget it's there, and I'll put it back later. So the rift is in the middle of the desert, dayward in the Queensdom, and that rift is being guarded by the Barons of the Wastes. The Barons of the Barren Wastes, that is. Namely, Vigilance and Misery. The Queen of the Hive of Displeasure, who Oliet loves. Best friends. It's Veruca and Violet Beauregard.
Violet.
Best friends.
Absolutely.
So that rift is still there. They are in charge of making sure nothing comes in and out. The queens did not feel right about removing the rift for fear that you would be coming back and would need to re-enter through that portal. So they left it alone. The queens also made the decision to step back from power. The circumstances revolving around the battle with Her Majesty of the Trade resulted in the Queen's breaking apart from that tight-knit group that they had before. And I think after the battle, they came to the decision that they were tired and wanted to try something different. So they left the ruling and day-to-day logistics of the Queensdom to the generals of the armies that fought in the battle. So the current state of power is being run by a few of the generals, namely Misery and Vigilance, the Queen and Baron of the Barren Wastes, then Lord Bombus Tuskendale, Beza's daddy. He is running with the Hunters at the center of the map, the center of the Queensdom. You also have the Myconids, the Circle of Spores, are running things to the northwest. And to the northeast, you have the Harlbingers, formerly Harlan's warring groupie band, who are now a full-scale religious army. And so yeah, that's not a problem at all.
Of course not.
I'm sure. So, you have some decisions to make as you're navigating around things. First of all, who are you going to show your Oliet and Paru? Who are you going to show your kick-ass new digs to? Digs. That implies you got a new place to live, not that you got a makeover. Let's see.
Yeah,
Heather,
wearing shoes. It's very weird.
Heather, if you want to share the makeover pictures from somewhere up in the Shenanigoons thing, please feel free. The Oliet took Paru to go get a makeover, which I still haven't set up my soundboard, but makeover. You have some new outfits. Paru looking to look her best for, I don't know, somebody.
Purposes.
Just for herself. And Oliet needing to look like a badder bitch. Rather, a bad bitch with a new aesthetic. Not a new aesthetic, just a different one of the same caliber. She got her haircut. Not gonna make something bisexual Bob joke. Anyway, everyone is thoroughly impressed, I'm sure. And the Wit Crisp did a great job. So, Beza hanging out with the kittens and Verlaine and Harland, and Paru and Oliet head back to wherever. You guys talked to the whole Queensdom and gave them the heads up about what was going on with the fort in the material world and with the unfortunate confiscation of Katora Youngtaker, who has since been brought into control of the Lord of Tales, your nemesis, and Her Majesty of the Trade's paramour. So, what do you all do? Where do you all meet up as, like, your decision-making place?
So, do I, like, bring attention to myself? Do I let them note it? Like, how do I do this? Do you just walk in, like...
Don't ever say, oh my god, look at my new... Because...
The worst thing you can do is go,
right,
ta-da!
Yeah, if you did it right, they'll notice on their own. Like, it will be evident as you walk into a room. So you don't have to do anything extra to call attention to it. Just let them come to you.
Okay.
The key, here's the trick. Pretend like you didn't do any changes, right? Act ignorant. Like, don't pretend like you didn't do it. You're just in your normal getup. Act natural. Forget that you look like a complete bombshell. Courtesy of Juan.
Excuse me.
Oh, and the whipped crisps. My partners. We actually have much to discuss. I'm gonna come back. We gotta talk. Franchises. I have ideas. Yeah, we should probably get to.
That was a cha-ching, but didn't have.
I got it.
Yeah.
We should get to see Lord Tuscandale. We can kind of
Yeah.
chit chat on the way, maybe.
Sounds good. I'll follow you.
Okay. Yep.
Well,
we're gonna follow Beza, so.
Well, yeah, I'm not used to the shoe thing. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
like
don't-
into the
The shoe.
For some reason, I imagine part of like, you know when you put socks on a dog, the very first like steps are like. It's kind of what I imagine, like kicking them. Yeah. No, I assume we will.
It's fine. We'll get you a sniffs to like hold your arm like you're going to prom, but really you're just trying to stay standing and not
we need to
trip.
get her a little mushroom corsage.
Oh my god! Just a little mushroom person that she can put her hand on their head and they're like,
Yeah.
just walk around.
Beza, are you ready to go see your dad?
Of course, I'm always ready to go see my dad and my brother.
Well, you have another
They gotta
grandpa.
freak out. Yes, and this one I can guarantee is going to be so excited he's probably going to start crying.
I don't want to make anybody cry.
No, it'll be
Get used
happy.
to it.
Cry.
It'll be
Get
happy
used to
too. It's all right.
Okay.
I don't know if Ivoric's going to cry or not, because you're going to have an uncle too. I have a brother.
I thought they were some sort of like badass hunters.
They are, but he's also
They're
a big
very
softie.
delicate-hearted, as it turns out.
Mhm, but they taught me how to fight, so you know all the badass things I do during our fights?
Yeah.
That's where I learned it.
Okay.
Strong of fist, soft of heart.
Accurate.
There's nothing wrong with that. Some of the strongest fists I know have the softest hearts.
Yeah, I mean, Beza, she's a total pushover.
I was thinking about sniffs, but yeah.
I don't think I physically have a heart.
It's a metaphorical heart, Beza. Come on, you've been around how long now?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I don't have to give you trouble sometimes.
Well.
Fair.
This is all to say that you both show up at some point where the others are. They
Yeah.
see your...
Reconvened.
Yeah. And Harlan's just like... all of the non-problematic parts of a cartoon wolf, jaw on the floor, kind of.
Heart eyes.
Yeah, none of the ooh things, but just the. Harlan just stares and says nothing, and this is not because I can't do a good Harlan impression. So yeah, just.
Yep. Yeah, we should hit the road, I think.
Okay. I'm going to remember, I believe, that you all were with Her Majesty of the Word. You were at her place when you guys left, I think. You were either there or with Her Majesty of Beauty. You were one or the other.
No, we were going to see Her Majesty of Beauty.
Okay.
But we did not.
That's right. They did the like portal thingy, and we ended up in a shared.
Let me
room
do a
again.
little retconning then. What we're gonna say is Paru and Oliette were heading back. You guys reached out to the group and you found out that they were with Her Majesty of Beauty. So basically Sigfinn just makes a beeline slightly north to meet them there, and I think you took Sigfinn. If you didn't, you are now. It's fine.
Portals for us, because Sigfinn isn't feeling very well.
Oh, that's right. I'm so sorry. I forgot. Sigfinn, a little injured from the battle, is a little flightless right now, and so she is recovering. So you get a portal. You jump around. You get to where you're going. So the rest of your group is in the Arctic, up in the north, Twilight Word. This is my own fault. Up where it's night, the sky is dark, full of stars, and the aurora, the constant shifting of colors. I remember because I described this last week, where there is a mirror ice castle fortress that has been constructed. And up in the parapets, you see a tiefling with gray skin and purple hair painting in the sky with a beautiful quill. And you are there with, or you arrive there, and the group is kind of scattered around. Nickit and Toshi are, we're gonna say that whole conversation that we did before happens a little bit after this. So Nickit and Toshi are making snowmen on the glacier. Beza is probably very cold, but you have like extra furs, like almost overly elegant big fur coat, like collared, like if you were an ice queen, like that kind of level of fancy. It's definitely not yours. It's just you got to borrow something. And so you're hanging out with them. It's way too long for you. So it like you have a train, but it's keeping you warm. So who cares? And you're hanging out with the kittens. Occasionally they chuck snowballs at you, and you get into little fights, and then you resume. They resume the snowman making.
I use it as an opportunity to use some of my abilities to like dodge around the snowballs and make them hit someone else.
Mm-hmm. And as you, Aliette and Paru, you arrive back. You see a welcome raiders. Hi. You see a couple of things. Eventually, as you're getting a little closer, Amadine, the tiefling, hops down from the castle parapets onto the ground, and closer to the water than to you, you see a sort of glimmering iridescent suit of armor, and with a pale face, you see Verlaine in the distance. And a beautiful figure by his side, a little taller than him. Of course, looking like however she looks to any of you, being Her Majesty of Beauty. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and no, there is not a beholder here. Calm down. But she's standing beside Verlaine, and as Amadine kind of hops down, you see that aurora color being drawn in the air in front of Amadine, and then you see her creating shapes and figures, these almost like illuminated, almost like holographic looking creatures. One of them looks like a werewolf or something, and charges at Verlaine, and Verlaine has his sword out and is like practicing with a couple of shield spells that he's learned and some like misdirection stuff and things like that. So there's like some training going on in the distance, whereas Beza and the kittens are training on their own in their own special way as a snowball gets chucked near you.
I've probably deflected a couple at Verlaine.
You're not part of training. Like shouts across the snow.
You always have to be aware of your surroundings, no matter what's going on.
Amadine's got a big grin on her face. She's got a point. And starts like sketching out in the air with her quill, and there's like this whoosh of illusory water that comes near him, and he has to make like a jump over it and kind of does a barrel roll over it into the snow. Ow! Just he gets back up. And so yeah, there's just like some goofing off going on as Oliette and Paru arrive back, and Toshi sees you both coming back, and his eyes go wide with a big smile, and he gets a snowball in the back of the head from his sister, from his sibling, and you both look really nice. Ow.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Harlan does the jaw drop.
Sure.
He's probably around somewhere rolling a snowball, and it's just.
You both look great.
Thanks.
I mean,
Haru, you've got shoes.
Yeah.
That's probably for the best here.
Yeah, my feet might get a little cold.
They're a little cold.
Are your paws okay? Are they cold?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
I borrowed a coat.
Naked's like, no, he's not. He's just being brave. Well, he's trying to be brave.
Do you
I
want
think he's
a paw
being
wrap?
stupid. Well, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Come
Yes, please, thank you. And he shuffles
in.
forward. I just wanted to play in the snow. And it just got cold.
It's okay.
Got cold. It's been cold.
Par will kneel down and in her bag dig out some leather and make a couple of paw wraps
Thank you.
for him so his
Thank you.
pads aren't quite on the cold.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course.
He does the dog thing with the having socks on. And so yeah, so the lot of you collect. Okay, thank you, Mouse. Sister or sibling is okay for Nick. So you all get together. Amadine and Verlaine are still practicing off near the water, and Her Majesty of Beauty is just trying not to laugh while she's watching them. She looks amused, occasionally kind of calls Verlaine over and talks to him a little bit. Looks like she's offering some advice or some sagely wisdom, as she's wont to do. And so yeah, what do you guys do? Verlaine has not joined you yet.
So, does she figure to Sir Tuscandale next, Beza?
I'd be all right with that. My dad's gonna absolutely flip
Yeah.
out when he finds out he's got grandkids.
And then fast forward and that whole conversation happens. Yeah. So then Verlaine comes over, makes the crack about Beza, and
stubbornly like refusing to admit that I'm cold. Like I'm already blue, so you can't tell. I'm ignoring the goosebumps that are forming on my backless shirt. I refuse to ask for a coat because I look too good to cover it up with a coat.
Yep.
But I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. Are we ready to go?
Harlan like comes over and like very subtly puts an arm over your shoulder, like, oh yeah, I'm totally putting the moves on you, but like you're actually
allow it.
cold, so I'm helping. I got you.
I'm actually sleeping.
Yeah. But yeah, we should get out of here, I guess.
Okay.
I know now, out of character, I know when we met with all the queens to explain to them what was happening in the fort and everything, they kind of volunteered Amadine as someone who could help us.
Correct.
So I might check in with Amadine to see if she's still good with that, and to kind of arrange, I guess, maybe for her to meet us so she doesn't have to trek all the way to the Tuscandales and then trek all the way
it's
back up this
not
way.
as much of a trek as I think you think it might be for me, so...
Oh, do you have like a quicker way? Are we riding with you?
She's the one who makes portals, isn't she?
Yeah. She just starts sketching in the air a door. And you see out of light just this door start forming.
Oh my god, girl, pack your shit. Come on, let's go then. Yes, this is so much easier.
I'm ready to go if you're gonna... Yeah.
Love it.
And she looks to Her Majesty of Beauty, who's already almost to you all. And she, like, with a little flourish of the quill, kind of gives this little courtly bow to Her Majesty of Beauty. And when Verlaine notices that she did that, like, he sort of awkwardly, like, does this little very, like, it's very courtly gesture with like a sword to his chest and a little bit of a bow. The armor sort of stops shimmering a little. You almost can't notice it. You kind of see his normal attire underneath, and occasionally when he moves, you see the shimmer of the armor. So it's almost invisible. Unless he's in like a combat situation, and then it gets a little more like iridescent color. So he sort of gives a little bit of a head down gesture to Her Majesty of Beauty, and she gives that look that's like, don't do that sort of look on her face. Safe travels, and I hope that Amadine can be of some use and assistance. Not that I doubt she will. And Amadine gives a smile, and she goes, I'll do my best. I might have a few tricks.
She's been a lot of fun so far.
Yeah, we get to prank a Fae Queen. What's not fun about that?
Goes beyond a prank. We are going
I am
to
aware.
destroy her.
One step at a time.
Indeed.
Get there. I will turn to the Queen of Beauty.
Who you
Those-
see as...
Yes, it's very difficult to. Yes,
It's very hard to look at your mother.
Yes.
But there's an element of her being way more in the know than your mother would be, so there is that a little bit of mental disconnect that you can sort of function with.
Yeah. Those images on the ship, that was you, wasn't it?
I do what I can. I hope it was helpful in some manner. Not everyone's prepared to see who they once were.
I just wanted to be sure. Sometimes I see things and people that aren't really 100% here, so I
No, that was
thought I would check.
my attempt to unsettle and distract her a bit.
She was quite upset, so I suppose you did achieve that goal.
Good.
To be fair, Elliot, weird shit happens around all of us all the time.
True. I just was... Yes, that's true. It's true. So, are we ready?
Shall we?
Yeah.
And Amadine opens the door, which is still like see-through and light around the edges. Basically just a light outline. It's like when you take slow what do you call it? Not slow-mo, but like low exposure, and you have like a glow stick. It kind of looks like that, but like nicely drawn. And she opens it up, and you see woods in daylight. So you suspect you're going in the right direction. And
Basic gives the code back to the beauty.
she takes it. And she brings it around her shoulders, and it just kind of fades out of existence when it hits her shoulders. She's got the Legend of Zelda inventory. And Verlaine is sort of still near her a little bit, and she leans over and kind of whispers to him a little, gives him a little like touch on the chin to make sure he's looking at her, not doing the avert the eyes thing. And it's still there's still a little bit of hesitation, but he does look when she's basically requesting it. And I don't remember, does anybody have observant? Haru
I
does.
do.
No, I was gonna say. I think
Haru does. Okay.
With my
Besides
23,
her
that's why I have a 23.
besides her absolutely bonkers passive perception, she also has observant and is also probably paying attention to Verlaine. So so you see Her Majesty speak very quietly to him, but you can see what she's saying. And don't forget what we talked about. And he nods. Don't be afraid of it. It's not about her, it's about you. Thank you. You'll do well. I'm sure of it. And he gives a little nod and turns to follow the rest of you. Eventually, as you're snooping, Paru, and
She's
I'm
trying
sure
not to,
just
but
like
she's-
hanging out, like, oh, I'm just gonna, take my time going through the door. Oh, weird, Valine, hi. We're like walking near each other.
What are you doing here?
It's so weird seeing you. And
Like, oh my god, when did you get here?
and so Valine nods, gives you a little bit of a smile, and as you're walking, the kitten's ahead of you. He looks at you and, oh, hey, you look nice. Ollie, I got a hold of you.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like doing something different, but had no idea where to even start. So,
No, you look really nice.
thank you.
You're welcome. And he walks forward. And you all step through the door, arriving in the forest. And the forest, specifically the edge of the forest, where it surrounds a deadlands, a no man's land. And on the edge, the evergreens and huge oak trees that surround in the greater forest of the Queensdom start changing into massive trees, like sequoia-sized. And along them, you see something a little different than you remember, Beza. Not just Ewok-style tree houses. You actually see legit towers have been constructed among the tall trees to create a much more substantial, sort of natural castle ramparts sort of effect around the no man's land of the tower. And we're talking like miles and miles of no man's land. And you see sort of among the trees, you catch a little bit of glimpse here and there of figures, hunters, fellow followers of Her Majesty of the Hunt. And you make the prerequisite bird calls or whatever calls you make, as you've learned that they've changed recently. And the hunters hear your calls and start kind of getting you up into the towers, into this structure, this arboreal village sort of situation. You get up into the towers and somebody reaches out, calls for their commanding officer, and eventually you get in touch with Ivoric, your brother, Sir Ivoric Tuskendale, the Loxodon, the elephant folk. He is in his normal, I guess, hunter's fatigues, his leather armor, all very naturally camouflaged, has a little bit of like a leaf effect going down the really finely worked leather, and his bow has a few telltale runes across it, showing that he's got some sort of enchantment on it, and he comes up and pulls off what looks to be maybe like a little bit of a helmet, pulls it off, and he's got his little like faux hawk of hair. And he sees you. He gives you a big like a big pat on the back. Kind of has to kneel down a little bit, but like wraps an arm around you.
Hugs him back.
It has been some time. You all disappeared quite abruptly, with good reason. No complaints. Though were you successful in your quarry hunting?
Yes and no. We followed her for a long way. She eventually did manage to get away from us, but not before we made life very difficult for her.
Ah, well, to hunt another day then.
definitely. So Ivric, we brought some new people with us this time. This is Toshi and this is Nickit. They're our
he looks around and then realizes he has to look down. He's considerably taller than all of you. He's probably 7 to 8 feet. And he looks down and you...
Kids, this is your Uncle Ivric.
They both look at each other, and with Paru, you have seen this look on them before. This look of pure and utter chaos. And when they both look at each
Paru
other...
just leans back and gets ready to watch.
When they both kind of glance at each other with this little smirk, they both run up to Ivric and, like, hug him at the waist. Like, hug onto his legs, and he's like, oh, children are embracing me. Hello.
Same.
It's just like Doug and Up. I do not know you, but I love you. But yeah, they're just like, hi, hello. And they pull back, and he's, it's very nice to meet both of you. And he kind of crouches even lower. Well, not even lower. They're taller than you, Beza. But he continues to crouch. And they have a little, like, meet and greet. He's a little confused but amused at their existence and the fact that not a one of you looks remotely related, but he doesn't mind. Obviously, Beza and Ivric aren't biologically related, so.
Nope, not at all.
And so Ivric kneels down and asks them some questions about, so what sort of skills has Beza imparted you with? Just Beza? Learned how to, like, skin an animal and eat it. Very good survivalist skills, Beza. You do well with them. Yeah, rabbits are really good, and trout's super good, and squirrels are okay. The dinosaur horses were kind of weird, and Nick's like, it's fine. Yeah, we learned a lot about food. Yeah. While his sibling has her hand over his mouth, he, like, reaches into his pocket and, like, reaches underneath, starts chewing on something. It's like a jerky stick or something.
We kind of all have taught them things, so it's not just me. They've got a lot of good skills, but I can't claim all the credit.
Well, as far as a conclave of warriors such as yourselves, I'm not surprised that you all can improve upon their education. There is nothing more important than practical life skills. Remember that. And they look at each other like, what other kind of skills are there? We don't go to school. Which I'm sure everyone's just like, we'll fix that. It's fine. So you all head... well, so Ivric's just... what brings you here? I assume to say hello, but is there anything that we can do for you, Beza?
Nothing specific this time, unless the kids want any training. But we're here to see Dad, and then we've got a mission coming up. We might need extra hands. We haven't really discussed that yet.
Well, anything you need is at your disposal, Beza, of course. Especially if it has something to do with the traitorous queen, former, that is. Well, if you wish to introduce Father to his
grandkiddens. He's gonna absolutely bawl his eyes out.
Yes, he will. He absolutely will. Well, as you all clearly on task, let's get going then. Please. And he starts moving. You get a sense that all of these tree houses have been very reinforced, specifically for such a large figure as Iverick. Iverick is definitely one of the larger members of the hunters that are not natively tree climbing. There are a few sort of pseudo ape looking figures or like bugbear-esque things with big long claws that can climb and such, basically Sasquatches.
Beza definitely is like saying hi to people as we're walking past if she recognizes them.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch. There's a lot of you see a lot of weapon working, like people are fletching and crafting bows and blades and things. Very par for the course with Her Majesty of the Hunt being so martial in her focus. And Iverick explains that they're preparing for any other incursions by the traders' forces. Not that there are many left, of course, but never can be too careful. We keep an eye out here from above and make sure that any stragglers that are still around do not see the light of day for very long.
Always a good plan. Mom was saying she had a lot of fun hunting some of the strange creatures that came through, too.
Oh, yes, all sorts of bizarre creatures. Things made of pure metal and fire coming out of their mouths. And there was a multi-limbed creature of a vibrant, unpleasant magenta color trying to teach us about the alphabet and numbers. It was very disconcerting.
Huh.
It tasted very good.
That definitely sounds weird.
It appeared to be some sort of dinosaur.
You know, I don't eat, but the dinosaur horses definitely kept everyone fed for a while. They are good eating, apparently.
The saurians do tend to be a little tough on the outside, but they last a while. Anyway.
Oh my god.
I mean, at least I didn't say that it kept claiming it loved them. The emotional manipulation of the thing, it was...
Oh my god.
Oh,
My brother ate Barney.
no, I don't know what you're talking about. Not at all. Anyway. Yes, the most bizarre creatures of all manners. We have yet to come up with a good term for her other than the trader, which many people were very amused by the homophone quality of it. Well, Lane, Kyle's not here, so I mean, somebody had to try to murder you with your own beverage. So, you know, what are you gonna do? You start, you continue making your way around these treetops, and eventually you arrive at, you get down and journey across to the tower at the center of No Man's Land. And, you find your way out at the home / hunting hunting headquarters of the of Lord Bombus Tuscandale. Iverick makes the proper introductions. Father, Beza has arrived back with her hunting party. Will you see them? What? Of course. What are you? Open the door, you mad boy. And Iverick rolls his eyes and opens the door.
You knew he was going to say yes.
How many seconds do you think it'll take?
Before the tears?
Yes.
Maybe 3 after I tell him who they are.
I'll take that bet. I'll give him some credit. I'll say 4.
All right.
And he jingles some coins in his pocket. And thus the tier pool has been made. So, Lord Tuskendale looking out at a wall full of a map of the Queensdom, which you can now find on Patreon for the next 24 hours, and I'll totally put it back in the link. Anyone who's watching right now, you can access the map we're talking about. Anyway, so you see Lord Tuskendale looking over this map that's been marked with a bunch of pins that have little scrolls on them with writing. So it's kind of how they're marking different things, different aspects of the map. And he turns around and sees you and the group, and he like pops up his very fine hat and claps his massive fists together and back from beyond, I see.
And in one piece. Hi, Dad.
Hello.
Quickly go over and give him a big hug.
And he like drops to a knee, and you hear a as he tries to get down on a knee, and you avoid the massive tusks as he gives you a big hug, Beza, and just squeeze. You look good. You haven't changed a bit. And he has a big grin on his face.
No. We did bring someone extra with us this time, though. Do you remember I told you we had a couple of kids traveling with us?
I believe, yes. Knockit and Tushi?
Nickit and Toshi, very close.
They're gonna do it. I'm so sorry. Sorry. I regret nothing.
So, I want to introduce you to your grandkittens. And she gestures at the kids.
Kittens. And he looks to the kids, and they're just like, oh, and they look at each other. Grandpa, Grandpa! They run towards him.
Lisa just looks at Ivoric and starts laughing.
And they jump into his arms, and he's just like, and he starts just completely losing it. Paru, you feel a slight knee on against your shoulder, Villain kind of nudging you.
Mm-hmm.
And he has this look of like, I did this. Yeah, I figured I'd sway the percentages my direction. I had like 2 seconds.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
They're chaos incarnate.
And they're hugging him, and he's just losing it. So this giant Loxodon just crying. I'd call them alligator tears, but that is taxonomically incorrect. And and he's just hugging them. And eventually you get the sense that the kittens are like, what have we gotten ourselves into? He won't let go. And eventually he just puts them down, and he's just like, his hands are like twice the size of their head. So he's just like, oh, you're so,
Sir Tuskendale's cute aggression confirmed.
Beza,
Yeah?
I'm so proud. Fucking nonsense.
We're really proud of them too.
As well you should be. They seem like strapping young people. Thank you. I don't really strap. I don't have any straps. And Nicket's like, don't worry about it. And so you get this little like, you are skin and bones. We must feed you all. And she's like, yes, please. Thank you, Grandpa. He like really lays it on thick when the promise of food has happened. Oh yeah, Toshi's got the begging game down. Not that he didn't already. Sad noise. He was already Oliver Twist. What are you talking about? So you are immediately bombarded with food and drink and an opportunity to sit. Not that you really needed to rest, but he insists on hosting you all for a meal. and you're all given quite the treatment at the Huntsman's Tower. And so eventually Lord Tuscandale looks to you, Beza, and says, "So, you are to be resuming your hunt. I see.
That's the plan.
But not with a tremendous force behind you. You are going for a more quiet hunt.
More of a trapping session.
Ah, yes. One must be mindful of your quarry, and the traitor queen. She will certainly be one that you will have to exercise cunning to acquire." And he gets this little, like, nodding kind of sort of attitude, very conspiratorial. And Verlaine chimes in as he awkwardly passes Toshi more food. He asks for more. We're bringing in special forces. Amadine's gonna have some fun with a bit of impromptu forgery. That is the plan. If I can get a good look at what's being left behind as a trail, I might be able to mimic it, disrupt her ability to travel so freely through the tomes.
Amazing.
Fascinating. Well, I don't know much for this traversal that the traitor queen embarks on, but if you are all able to mimic her movement, that is quite impressive. Yes. Our hunting grounds are limited to the Queensdom, of course.
Yep.
I mean,
that's what we did before. We followed her through the books.
Well, if there is anything we can assist with, genuine traps of that nature, please let us know. We have been acquiring as much of an armament as we can in preparation for any continued incursion by her or her forces, or any more of those alien creatures.
That's smart. Yeah, Mom actually gave me an upgrade, and she'll show him the thing.
The rune casing.
Mm-hmm.
Or the rune placement. Ah, yes. Her Majesty informed me of her new work, and he like offers a handout to see what your sword. Beautiful. And I believe I can assist with what goes in it.
Oh?
Yes. And he kind of pats the dining table and stands up without any ceremony and leaves. Come with me, Beza, come with me.
Yeah. All right. And she'll trot after him.
And yeah, so he leads you upstairs into on one of the higher levels to the blacksmithing, like rune carving place. And he shows you this furnace-like space. It's open, and you see those like sort of mirage heat reverberations in the air. And there are 5 runes in the inside this thing, glowing bright white hot, but where the rune would go, you see rippling in the heat very dark symbols. So you take a look, and you can just make out what some of these symbols say. Let me see where my list is. There we go. Beza, please give me... Actually, let's have each of you do it. Each of you give me a D100 so that I have... can figure out what kind of runes are here. And because we had and Alora, because you donated to the show already, why don't you give me a D100 as well? I know you can give me one. And then I'll do the
41.
All right, 1 second. Let's go 41. What are the other numbers?
21.
21. Oliette?
28.
28. I rolled I clicked on a website and it said be back soon. Let's see. Roll a die. Really? 24? Okay. Fine. Let's just all have the same numbers. So Alora, go ahead and roll me a D100 if you can. We'll have that other one. So, Beza, you see the following 75. Thank you. You see the following symbols in the runes, and Lord Tuskendale says to you, "These are only some that we've been able to craft so far. Doing my best to create these more portable rune stones. But if you have one of Her Majesty's jewel or one of her rune casings, you can apply one of these to it."
That's what she was saying. It sounds like an awesome way to upgrade my weapons.
Mm-hmm. Get yourself a nice bit of customization too.
Definitely. Speaking of, that might be something that my friends and I could use while we're here if it's all right, is some weapon upgrades. I'd have to check with them. I don't know what everybody has.
Well, we can certainly do that before or after your quest. Please, just let us know.
A dagger and some
before.
perfume. That's what I've
Dagger
got.
and some perfume. It's very good. Okay.
I didn't hear anything, Tessa, but I think you said Paru doesn't have a weapon?
Correct.
There you
Paru
go.
does not have a weapon. Paru is a weapon.
I gave my Yiklewa to
To Nickit has it. Okay. Nickit's Yikowa. I hate it.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So, that's amazing. So, here are the runes, and I'm so sorry, Heather, but it's much more interesting to only give you the names of the runes. And you have to pick. So, you see the rune of the spider, usually implying like swiftness and cunning. You see the rune of a stranger, showing, implying the idea of identifying enemies from foes. You see the rune of returning, which implying something being thrown or lost coming back to you. You see the rune of Terran blessing, as in earth. You get the sense of protection and being like as swift as a mountain, as a mudslide kind of vibe is the implication. And the rune of the goose. No joke. That's what got rolled. That's the one I rolled, actually.
Nice.
I'm pretty proud of myself.
Run around.
You actually sense the goose, which is, of course, one of the most ferocious and frightening creatures that the hunters can ever deal with.
I mean, it's a Feywild book. I'm positive there's dire goose.
God.
I could leave you with 3.
All right.
The spider, the stranger, returning, the goose, and Terran blessing. I don't remember how many slots I said your placement had. I think it only had one. Had the one. Okay.
But it was something where I could change it out. I would just have to attune.
You can attune to
the
the new stone. Correct. Mm-hmm. So what 3 would you like?
Well, I don't really do a lot of identifying things. I leave that more to like Oliette and Harland.
Mm-hmm.
And Paru. She's very observant. So I think I'm gonna skip Stranger.
Okay.
Spider sounds like it might be good.
Okay.
I don't really throw things very often.
Okay.
My swords are kind of attached.
Sure.
So returning doesn't sound like it would make a whole lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Terran Blessing might be good because extra protection's always good.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, with all the chaos we cause around us, Goose just makes sense.
Goose are fucking terrifying.
Absolutely. Especially that gray Diagoose we fought that one time.
Oh, Lord, it almost killed me.
It almost swallowed your ride.
And we never did find out what its name was, that unnamed goose. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like quite a game.
Every time I make Chris roll her eyes to the ceiling, I feel like I have won. So, I'm good.
Oh my god.
So Spider, Terran, Blessing, and Goose?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Sir Tuscandale reaches down with these like pliers and pulls the runes out, dunks them into this pool of crystal clear water, and there's a sizzle as they cool but continue giving off this little glow, almost inverting where the stone becomes a dark inert color and the rune begins to glow in the color of the rune. The spider one is a purple. The goose is a horrible red color, and the Terran Blessing is a brilliant yellow, like amber color. The three you have chosen. The rune of the spider will give you advantage on sleight of hand checks. The rune of Terran Blessing, you cannot be knocked prone by environmental hazards, like earthquakes and falling rocks and slippery ground. The rune of the goose, on your turn, you may reduce your bonus to hit by half when you make an attack. And on a successful hit, despite reducing your to hit bonus, the target must make a wisdom save or become frightened of you for a minute.
That's fair.
Yeah. Yeah. That is,
That's awesome.
yeah, it's great. I will send those to you. You can, there's a few more rules with the Rune of the Goose, but you can take a look at those. It's just kind of nitpicky, and I may or may not keep some of that. But you can decide which one to attune to at your leisure as you take those 3 runes. Sending those to our Discord, and you can see those. I will also post them in the Shenanigoons spoiler chat, so if anybody wants to take a look at those in our viewers that are on the Discord, you can take a look at them there. Which I will put in the chat as well. Here's the link to our Discord. Anyway, so you have those cool runes. They one of them will fit into this jewel placement. They have sort of a geometric shape to them. They probably look a little like a hexagon shape, but maybe a little rough. But the jewel casing will fit that. And so yeah, so you can put that on.
These are fantastic.
I thought so, yes. I am still working on some of the more complicated and work-intensive runes. Her Majesty has been very patient with me.
Well, you've got a lot to be in charge of, Dad, so it makes sense.
Every time you call him Dad, he gets a little verklempt. So he, yes, we should return to your friends, and you can properly attune to these at your time.
Sounds good. I don't know what's going to happen yet. We're going to talk to the kittens. When we go chasing after her, we don't know if we're going to leave them here in the book, or if they're going to want to go back out to the world on the outside. if they do stay here, we're going to ask them where they'd want to stay. But if they stay here with you guys, could you train them?
Absolutely. No grandchild of mine will be left without proper tutelage.
I would definitely trust you with training my kittens.
Of course. I'm a grandpapa. Cut to. You all end up back at the table discussing your plans, and you bring them up with the kittens, what you would like them to choose to do. And Toshi and Nickit kind of look at each other, and Nickit says, well, we can't go with you.
You can. That is a choice you can make.
But
I'll be very clear. Time passes differently here.
fuck you,
Mouse, I made that joke off stream last week for that exact reason, yes. Grandpapa.
So you're being
Time
honest with them?
Kari was like dead ass honest. She wants them to be, if they are going to let the kittens choose what they want, Paru is not going to pull any punches. She's going to give them all of the information.
Yeah, absolutely. So you tell them that time might pass differently. There might be a long time before you see them again if they stay in the book.
Yeah, we don't have any control over how the time passes here in the book versus outside the book. I mean, obviously, this last time we were gone for a day, and in the book apparently it was a few months. But before, there were times where we were gone for a few months in the real world, and in the book it was decades.
Nickit is like kind of chewing on that while Toshi's literally chewing on something.
The intention of staying gone for several months, but we cannot give you an exact timeline as to when we would be back.
Well, you don't know how time passes in the other books either.
That's
right.
true. I just want to make it clear that our goal is not to abandon you here or with the Babas or anywhere.
You're not.
But as it is now, you're not prepared to come with us yet.
You've been training with us, and you're both good. The difference is, I mean, you've seen the world we grew up in here in the book with us now. Each and every one of us trained with the queens from the time we got here until we left. And when we got here, I mean, I don't age, but everybody was kids. And when we left, it was not very long before we met you guys outside in the world. So that gives you an idea of how long we trained before we left. It's not that we don't trust you two. That's definitely not the problem. We're just worried about your safety, and we want you to understand how dangerous it is.
Yeah, I understand.
I love you both so very, very, very much.
Toshi makes that Puss in Boots face.
I don't want to leave you behind. But I would not be giving you a chance if I just said to come with us without giving you all of the information. You are both strong, smart individuals. You both have talents. We trust you to make the decision for yourselves that is best for you, whether that's staying here or coming with us. And whatever you choose, I will back you 100%.
if you do choose to stay here in the book, I did run it by my dad, your grandpa, real quick, and he's definitely all right having you two stay here and train. And there's a lot of different types of fighters here. I mean, I fight with swords, but you saw Iverick uses a bow. There's people who fight with 2 daggers like you do, Nickit. There's a lot of fighters here that can train you very well. So that's an option for you as well. Or you could stay with one of the other queens. We would just have to ask them. I don't think they'd say no. I can't guarantee you'd probably be spoiled here.
Oh, they would definitely be spoiled here. Iverick says. No question. But not spoiled beyond use. Like, look, he eyes them both like, you'd still work? Okay, so here's my question to everybody. What would your character ideally like them to do?
Paru wants them with her.
To go with, okay?
Yeah.
What about Beza?
Beza's torn. She already knows, having done what little research she could on Goa, that she's probably gonna outlive everyone. I mean, unless we all end up in the book permanently at the end and stop aging, because magic, she's gonna outlive literally everyone. Which is something she tries not to think about, but it's heartbreaking. So the idea of losing years with someone potentially doesn't sit well, but at the same time, she's been in so many fights, she's terrified of what could happen to the kittens if they go with us and we actually have to fight.
Yeah.
So she's very much on the fence and wants them to choose. I don't think she's too torn in those 2 directions, so I don't think she has a specific, like, I want them to do this, because both suck, in her opinion. One puts them in danger, and one, Beza might lose years with someone she cares about, so.
Yeah. What about you, Oliette?
Assume probably the 4 or the 5 of us would have had this conversation before we talked to them, so that we all understand where we, as the core 5, are yeah. Oliette thinks they should stay here, primarily because losing years with someone is nothing compared to them losing their life, because we couldn't defend them in a situation that was out of our control. They have been tagging along with us for a long time. And while that's fine, we have continued to grow and they have not. And that's going to become problematic as we start to face more difficult challenges. So Oliette feels very strongly that, yes, it would be hard to leave them, but what better place could we do it than here with people that we know are powerful and incredibly smart and would protect them where in our absence. So
Yeah.
She's very much of the mind that, I mean, if they wanted to go back to the Babas, that would also be fine, but I feel like it's riskier for them to be there.
I agree, 100%.
If they choose that, fine. But if they decide that they want to become stronger, then Oliette would encourage them to consider here versus the Babas, only because the Babas are a little less stable, temperament-wise. Also, all sorts of things are a little different there.
Okay.
So that's her perspective.
If I remember correctly, since Harland is technically in this conversation too, Kyle had a similar attitude. Harland had a similar attitude, that you all don't regret the time you spent training with the queens, and who knows how long you'll be gone, so
Right.
There's a risk, but at the same time, regardless of how much time passes, they will be more prepared
Especially if they stay here with the hunters and train.
Yes. I will say, for the sake of, well, I guess you can't really know that. Never mind. Yeah, you don't know how time will pass in the books. I would like each of you to give me a persuasion check. It's not going to fully decide what happens, but it will weight the decision. This will put some people at advantage to others, I imagined.
17.
It's okay, 17.
23.
23. Paru. 1.
Not natural. I rolled a 2. -1 is 1.
Give me a moment. Okay.
I do not have a good charisma.
No, that's
My
fine.
charisma
This
is a
works.
-1, so yeah.
Mine's a +0. I
That's
just rolled
fine.
really well.
It's fine.
Mine's a +8.
It's because you're a bard.
It's because the only thing I can do is sweet talk people. I
Yeah.
have no other skills.
Daisy doesn't need charisma. She just hits people.
Paru, as you're making your plea to the kittens, you feel like Villain sort of put a hand on your shoulder with a little bit of a sympathetic, like, I know. And the kids talk for a little bit. They ask if they can take a little time to think about it. And they walk off to the balcony or something and they chat for a while. And you kind of look and you see them like hashing it out between the two of them. This is like the most serious thing they've dealt with, the most serious decision they've had to make. And they are giving it its full, like, importance. And maybe 10 minutes goes by, maybe 15, and eventually they all come back. Or rather, before they come back, sorry. Paru, Villain kind of sidles up next to you. I'd want him to come too.
There are kids.
No. He squeezes your hand.
I mean, I know we had the queens. I know where we got sent by our actual families.
This isn't that.
I don't want to be that.
We won't. It's... First of all, we're letting them pick. And I know it's not like every bit of information and they're not like old enough to know what any of those decisions mean. Well, staying here, I don't think they understand that. But we're trying. And it doesn't look like they're taking it lightly, so maybe that's a good... Yeah.
I know they would be safer here.
Yeah. We'll just be
I'm
quick.
Selfish.
We'll just be fast.
Okay.
And you kind of
Thank you.
squeeze your hand a little bit. Pats it. Lets it go.
She squeezes back.
So, 15 minutes or so passes. And the kittens come back. They both kind of shuffle in and everyone's paying attention to them and it's very like awkward to have everyone sort of staring at them. Okay, and Toshi just kind of nods to Nickit. He doesn't want to be the one to announce things to people, and Nickit even less so, but Nickit takes it. We would want to go with you, but we can't do things like you can do. And we want to learn how. We want to stay here.
Paru just opens up her arms for a hug.
Toshi just rushes in. But,
I'm so proud of you for making a hard choice.
He squeezes. Nicket just kind of shuffling a little bit behind him. Verlaine, like, cuts them off and pulls Nicket into a hug. Takes a second for her to stop being stiff and sort of...
Beza goes big and hugs all of them.
Oh my god. Well, make sure you mark that off as a thing you've used.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
She can't otherwise.
It's fine.
She's too little.
Just note it.
I think big, you can pick up me, Verlaine, and the kittens.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay.
It's just kind of sitting off to the side. I've, by the way, definitely ordered like a growler to go. They took 15 minutes. I have plenty of time to ask
like
for something to
you
go.
get like these are the huntsmen you're talking about. You get like a growler with a leather like case for it and and like an across the chest sort of strap to hold it. It's you're good.
Beautiful.
They hunt hard and party harder.
Yeah, they have those like stadium flasks, the ones that you can like hide in places.
Can I get like a little headband that has like the little... No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm probably just sitting off to the side watching this interaction. I realize this is harder on Verlaine and Paru. But I also...
And answered Lord Tuscandale.
Can't, like, he cries so much, I'm just tuning it out at this point. Like, I don't even hear it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
But she's very much of the mindset that the quicker we go, the quicker we can come back. And this is like a tough love thing. Like, this is good for them. Growing up hurts.
Well, and Harlan sort of chimes in next to you. Well, they'll probably learn some good life skills, to be honest.
Probably. We can't expect them. I mean, I guess we don't know what we're gonna do.
My mama got teary every time I like went for a walk, so.
I did not have that experience, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do here, but
Be supportive.
I'm trying.
However you
by
can.
keeping my mouth shut.
You're doing fine.
Yeah. They may not stay with us always. We may not stay together always.
He makes a face with that as he sort of...
Not you and me. We'll stay together always.
Oh, shucks.
My heart.
I wish I could have seen Kyle's face for that. Anyway,
Right.
no, he has sort of like an aw shucks face and kind of bumps his head against yours.
It's okay to love them and also let them grow up.
You only get them for so long, though, as kids. I think that's
true.
kind of part of it.
Maybe I'm less sympathetic because they tried to steal from me. Is there something wrong with me? Am I broken? Like, I don't understand.
darling, that's fine. I mean, forgive, but don't forget.
Never forget. Anyway. I'm gonna... Didn't they say there was like weapons or something around here? I'm gonna go look at that.
Okay. And I'll say that whatever kind of normal, like whatever you're proficient with, let me know what you want. And I can mess with that a little bit. You do note that most of the weapons have some sort of rune on them, so you tell me
I was gonna take a crossbow. I'm proficient with hand crossbows.
Okay.
So I'm gonna take one of those.
It's
Rapier would be sexier, but I have to get up close, and that's absolutely not my style.
So the hand crossbow has like a holster. Of course it does.
I know, but it's just
you have to decide. You have to decide like
what to do with myself.
you have to decide like what side the holster goes on and what side the flask goes on. That's a very important. Like which one gets your dominant hand is really the question.
Doesn't matter. I'm ambidextrous. It's
That's fine. Go ahead and give me, each of you, we'll say there's 3 options. Each of you give me a D100. And Oliette will have an option. There are a few hand crossbows that have runes on them. And we'll see what your options are. You can pick one.
72.
72.
64.
64.
99.
99.
That's either going to be awesome or terrible.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. That's going to be pretty cool, actually. So, you'll have to ask what these runes are, because I don't think...
I have Eyes of the Runekeeper, so I can read
shit.
everything.
Never mind. I'll just tell you what the runes are then. And then 64... Okay. So, your options are the rune of the rune of starshine, as in sun, as in time of day.
In sunshine?
It's dawn or zenith or dusk or midnight. It's like where the sun is located. The rune of gifts, and as in giving to other people. The rune of inhabitants, as in safety, as in rest.
So there's like 3 crossbows, and one of them they each
have one of these runes. And if you want you two, Heather and Tessa, if you want to roll again so that we have something, if Paru wants. Paru, do you want a weapon? No.
No.
Okay.
Paru is her own weapon.
But go ahead and roll again, just in case there's something cool for like Villain.
Okay.
Or Harland. We'll maybe give Harland an opportunity to pick something.
26.
26.
Beza would want to get an upgrade on her bow.
Okay, yeah.
it's
We'll do
just
that.
a standard bow.
This will be that then. 26.
For Harlan's weapon, I rolled a 33.
Okay. We'll just give it to him. You know what? We'll just give him whatever you rolled. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. We'll find out what it is, and we'll just give it to him. You pick one out, and you're like, sure.
This looks cute. I think
that'll be so good. No. It's great. What do you want to give him? What kind of weapon you want to give him?
Let me... I'll
You can think
double check
about
his
it.
character sheet to see what he's proficient in. So it's not
He's a bard.
Don't worry about it right now. Don't worry about it
Okay.
right now. We'll work on yours first. Heather, what was your roll?
54.
54. Okay, thank you. Okay, so which are you attracted to, Oliette? The rune of gifts, the rune of stars of sun, the rune of the sun placement, and the rune of inhabitants.
Inhabitants, like staying somewhere,
As in home,
or people who stay
as in
somewhere.
home, place of safety, place of rest.
I might go with the I don't like this. I'm gonna.
Do you
want
to give? I mean, do you want to give? You could get an Arcana check. See if you want to get more information.
Oh my
based
god!
on the
Yes,
runes.
can I?
Yeah, go for it.
That's too much. That's too much.
That's fine. I'll give you one more hint about each of them, and then you can choose.
And then I'll pick one.
Yeah,
Perfect.
based
Arcana.
on your Arcana check. Actually, how about this? Roll me an Arcana check and tell me which one you want to know about.
Okay, I rolled a 15. I want to know about the sunshine one.
So,
The star zenith thing.
you get the sense, based on the rune, that the rune will alter the effect will be active based on where the sun is, and you get the idea of like sun energy.
Thinking the inhabitants one.
A place of rest resting in a place of rest garners certain benefits.
Oh, because I didn't ask about it. Let's go with the gift one.
Cool.
That's the one I'll grab.
So you grab the Rune of Gifts hand crossbow, and we'll say as you attune to it, the wielder of this weapon can freely teleport it into the hands of another creature they can see within 120 feet. This method of transference does not harm the recipient, but it will displace any object they are currently holding. This ability stores 3 charges and regains 1 charge per day. So you can teleport the hand crossbow 120 feet to another person.
Okay.
I mean, that is potentially very useful depending on circumstances.
Yeah.
I mean, you shoot it, you load it, you give it to someone else. No, you can only give it to someone.
Got it. Okay.
So that's for you.
And the rune thing for Harland,
Yeah.
can we either give him a hand axe or a pan flute?
Oh my god. Pan flute. Pan flute is stupid and really funny. The pan flute.
I love how we make decisions in this
The
game.
pan flute has the rune of the chameleon. It grants advantage on stealth.
Oh,
How does that work?
To make noise in order to be
You
more
just hear.
stealthy.
You just hear. You have to go. You have to go. Do 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 do.
Dude. Yes.
See, I was thinking the Pink Panther theme.
Oh, sure. Do do do. No, how about this? Harland has to play some sneaky sounding music.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Prompts thing
I was gonna
music
come
from
back and be
Emperor's New
like,
York.
why did you do this?
No, this is amazing. I love it.
Oh my
All
god,
right.
he's doing his own theme music. I'm
Yep.
so glad. I
Okay,
was
so this is for
waiting this.
Kyle. Pan flute with a rune. We're just calling it pan flute of the chameleon. That just makes more sense. Okay. And then you want to upgrade your bow. Oliette, you want to give me another D100 for Beza to have 3 options? So Beza 81. Who got the 26? Do you remember?
That was
It was
Tessa.
me.
Up or down?
Down.
Cool. So your options are, the reason I said that was because the one you rolled only applied to melee weapons. So, so I had to pick one. Okay, so your options are the Rune of Sundering, as in breaking, the Rune of Spirit, as in morale, and the Rune of Stone. Actually, up or down? That was Oliette. Up or down? Up. The Rune of Bees.
It's a B for Beza.
Yeah.
What is the bees one?
Roll an Arcana check.
No, I mean, like, is it just like straight up, like, just bees?
That's what the rune is.
Can I help her with this?
Sure.
Please, please.
Sure.
Please.
I rolled a 17.
The rune is covered in bees. No, it's
Oh
a
my
bee.
gosh.
It's bees. It's in buzz.
Amazing. Do it.
So the rune of
Things will be
spirit,
chaos.
as in morale and fighting spirit. Though Oliette, I will say you do sense that there is potentially a pun there as well.
For the bees or for spirit?
For spirit.
Got it.
Heather, think of the bees.
I know. I have to take these. I have to.
Okay.
Just Minecraft
Sure.
bees. come out
Okay,
of your
so you take the rune of bees. The bow has yellow and black stripes on it. I don't know. No, the bow actually looks like it's made of honeycomb. Like it's
Ooh.
once per long or short rest, this rune allows the user to summon a swarm of bees to deal 2d4 plus do piercing or poison damage as a bonus action. The user also gains a strange fondness for flowers. Oh my god!
Adorable.
Yes!
I love it. I love
All Goa must like color. It is required. No, it's fine.
She just starts asking Paru for flower crowns all the time.
Oh my god.
it. Just constantly druid crafting you flower crowns.
Yep.
She doesn't even care. It's like, this is the best day ever.
Oh my god, I love it.
Yeah. Here you go. The bow of bees. The bee bow. Whatever you want to call it. Long
like the
bow
bow.
of bees.
Nice.
The Bebo.
Okay. I will say, no, that doesn't make sense. I do want to let you know what the Rune of Spirit did. The Rune of Spirit gives you a +2 to attack rolls, but it also has the Ghost Touch trait, which means it can deal normal damage against incorporeal creatures.
Oh, nice.
But incorporeal creatures can also pick it up. So, like, you know.
That's fair. Okay, that's fair.
But it is very cool. Anyway. All right. That's fun. Weapon runes, new favorite thing. If anybody wants to check them out, it's on DM's Guild. D100 weapon runes. I use
Nice.
it. Might Club players, don't do it. I'm using it for you. Don't get it.
Don't cheat.
Yeah. But everybody else, you can go check it out. Just not my club. Okay, so you get some weapons. The kittens make their decision, and they are going to stay in the book with your mentors, with your caregivers, your parents, for lack of a better way to describe them. Lord Tusk, yes, like half the people in the chat lane, no need to be snarky. Yes, I understand half the chat are my players.
Listen.
Like you're complaining. So, Lord Tuskendale looks to all of you. You have my absolute word that as long as they are our charges, no harm will come to them, other than the normal harm one assumes based on dangerous weapon training. But not like not like external harm, not like things outside of. They will only be harmed by us.
You're gonna harm them emotionally?
Wait, hold on. That sounded wrong.
You mean that they're gonna have the normal aches and pains
Correct.
and injuries from
Yes.
Growing
training?
pains.
Right. Well, no. Also, that's wrong too.
Are you gonna stab them or not? Do we need to sign
Only
a
with
release?
their consent.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Consensual stabbing.
Toshi's like, can I hang out with the beauty lady?
There's all kinds of training. If you decide that this isn't a good fit,
I will
go see Beauty or Word.
I will
or
introduce
Vine.
them to the queens myself, and excuse me, so much crying. I will make sure that they have whatever training they wish.
Thanks, Dad.
You're welcome.
I feel like every time that he does that, she just looks at Iverick like,
He just puts a little like tally mark in the air.
Paru druid crafts 2 vine bracelets with really intricate like braiding in them, almost like Celtic knotwork for each of the kittens. And goes, "This is my promise to you that I am coming back.
We
And we're
know.
not leaving you here.
We know.
keep this with you, okay?
And if you don't come back, we'll just assume that, like, either time went cruddy.
It's not gonna happen.
Okay. Okay.
I'm coming back.
And Toshi gives you a big ol' hug.
She gives him a kiss on the forehead and then does the same to Nickit.
Toshi's trying to be all...
So proud of you.
It's all right to be sad. It's all right to cry. The toughest knight I know who trained me cries a lot.
From the mouths of babes.
Emotions don't mean you're not strong.
The student has become the teacher. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Anyway, I regret nothing. Hey, Kyle's not here. Someone has to be the jackass.
That's true. I mean,
Okay, I proudly hold the mantle in his stead. Okay, so you all say your goodbyes and your supportive words, if you have any, and the kittens hang back. And Amadine says, you do see that Verlaine does a similar thing that Paru does. Kind of like grabs Toshi by the head and been like, just don't be an idiot. Don't eat the entire queendom. And listen. Listen when people are trying to teach you. But also stand up for yourself. Okay? Toshi nods. Rustles his hair and gives him a hug. And then he goes up to Nickit. Yeah, you're gonna be fine. And Nickit's been like really tough this whole time. Kind of like a little standoffish, not quite ready to say bye. And she kind of gives in right then and just like buries her head in his chest. Verlaine just sort of... Yeah, you're gonna be good. You're gonna be good. Don't worry about it.
When he stands up, Paru reaches out a hand to him to take his hand.
Wait, don't say bye. He looks at Nickit, and Nickit's like, no, just see you later. Yeah.
Definitely.
And Verlaine squeezes your hand, Paru. And Amadine is in the middle of drawing a door.
we're going to the desert, right?
You're going to the desert. And she...
Oh, I will leave my Yukulwa with Nickit.
Heck yeah.
They can just keep it.
And she just spits it.
Also, I will
awkwardly.
warn Nickit that there is still one soul in this realm that you cannot trust.
There is still a traitorous queen
There
in
is
this
still a
realm.
traitor.
Name
She
is
moves
Misery.
covertly. Her name is Misery.
You will know her by her name. It is what she brings upon this earth. Misery.
I love it.
Just be mindful. She's a snake.
Okay,
Keep your eyes peeled.
I will. Somewhere in the distance, Misery's like, I feel like someone just put a hit on me. All right.
Lisa, she's real quick with the kittens. Be safe. Train hard.
Will do.
Don't give your grandpa too much trouble.
You mean Grandpa?
Jesus.
You're gonna have fun with that, I'm sure. And
Toshi's just kind of like, yeah. He already promised me seconds.
that's not surprising. And take these, and she'll give them each a carved Fang, kind of like what she did for the hunters who raised her. All the hunters that I was raised with here before it got so big have one of these because they're my family. And if you ask your grandpa, he'll tell you what the rune means.
Okay. Cool.
When they find out, it's the rune for child.
That's Angela, not Tuskendale.
Amazing.
Oh my God, okay. So, and this is the kind of show this is, folks. We spend an hour saying goodbye to fictional children.
Because they're amazing fictional children.
Hey, as
Thank you.
a mom in real life, you can't give me pseudo children and not expect me to have mom feelings.
Okay, so Amadine opens a door and warm air just kind of brushes out along, like just around you, and it's dry and unpleasant, like misery. Oliette. Her hair's dry too, you think? No, go ahead. Yes, before you leave.
Before we leave, like the queendom in general.
Yes.
Would I have been able to find out if I had made good on my bargain, or if I'm still bound to
Well, you're
say
heading to the desert.
false nice things about her?
Well, let's resolve that. So the door opens. It's desert. You step out and you see not just desert. You see the termite mound, much more sculpted than it was when you first saw it, in the distance. But you are in this strange spot, this odd sense of deja vu, just based on where it is, where it's located. And you find a that the air is sort of rippling a little bit in this spot, kind of in a diagonal. And there are pillars around, built up. They look relatively new. And around here, you see a bunch of armored, armed guards. Some of them look satyr-like. Some of them look insect-like. And you see exactly who you wish you hadn't seen, sort of waiting for you.
Desperate.
Oh my God, you see a tiefling, or not, a satyr, horns like a tiefling, the pale blue, purplish skin, long white hair. She has a little bit of a crown going and some armor, and Oliette, you don't want to think it, but she does look, fuck, you like her outfit. You're like, damn it, but you look good too, so whatever.
I'm so glad I got something new.
Yeah, there's a moment where you're like, whew. And Misery steps up along the stonework and is specifically looking at Amadine and says, "Hey there, Amadine. Who you dragging along?" "Just passing through on our way to the Tear, Your Majesty." Oh, hi. Oliette, I almost didn't notice you. You blend in so well.
As you get older, I understand your eyes start to go. So, how are you?
Doing pretty great, actually.
You look incredible.
Thank you. For road gear, it looks great.
Yeah. Sure. So things look like they're going well. You're minding Molehill. It looks beautiful. I see you've done some renovating.
Thank you. Thanks to Her Majesty, their Majesties, of course.
Of course.
My peers, I mean.
Sure. Yes. Yes, your peers.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Amadine's like, okay, I don't know what this is, but we have to go.
Amadine.
So,
While this conversation's happening, I'm really just trying to hold her here long enough to see if I can get a glimpse of that
Give me a perception
ring
check.
that she's wearing. Okay. Lord knows I don't want to talk to her any longer than I have to. Perception 2.
Could you give Paru a hint of what you need to look for? Because
Be like, hey,
I can
you're
help.
really good at spotting shit. Can you like make sure that this is what the case is?
Well, I rolled a 16 plus 2, so that's an 18.
18?
I don't think
Okay.
Oliette has told anybody.
About the deal.
yeah, you did.
Oliette hasn't told anybody
That's true.
about it, because then it's going to be a whole story, so.
You kind of hinted that there was something when
Yeah.
we were at the Queen's, and you were saying like, so I guess she's not that bad.
She seems real bad though. All right. My brain is mush. I don't remember what the appropriate, like, what it should look like, is. But,
It turned red because they had to use blood.
right.
So it turned red with like the promise of her doing something, and I think it was white before.
Okay, thank you. You're awesome, Heather. Thank you for your memory. So we could never do it without you. So you're kind of like, oh yeah, and you're just kind of like glancing at her finger every so often, like looking at her hand. And eventually she just kind of checks her nails.
Can I please roll a stealth check? Because I also don't want her to know that I'm looking.
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
This is of critical importance.
Okay.
Stealth. Okay.
Mhm.
Watch it be terrible.
Mhm.
Oh, that's not terrible. That's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay, sure. So you're chatting with her and occasionally just keeping you make sure when she looks away from you, like if she's eyeing Verlaine or something, you glance at the ring.
Have fun with that, Paru. Pass that baton right along.
You can handle that.
She's
Probably
like,
better than I can.
She's staring at Blaine. You said?
At some point she glances
Yeah.
over, saying, making all sorts of moves, political or otherwise. And kind of glances at Verlaine.
Paru's still holding Valaine's hand.
Ah!
She just kind of swings her arm forward just ever so slightly to show.
Oh my
no,
god, just like
hands are
swinging
connected,
their
bitch.
hands.
Not like
Amazing. No, so good.
you, mine.
So good. Okay. So you you see Oliette that she does in fact have a beautiful ring on her finger. Among others, she has a few other rings. You don't see any red jewels. You see, eventually you catch a glimpse of the actual ring you're looking for, and it is shining, bright, and diamond-esque.
Okay, great.
I am so happy that you all made it out in one piece, and enough to make your way to our little neck of the woods. But you're going, aw.
Yeah.
Her eyes absolutely do not reflect that. That awe is absolutely not in her face.
Sure.
Aw, so sad. Bye.
I know. Miss you.
Kisses. And she turns around. See you later, Amadine. Amadine just makes a face like... And she turns around, snaps her finger, and there's a like of lightning that hits the ground, and with a crack of thunder, she disappears.
It's worse than having to wade through quicksand on a hunt.
We should let her have her moment. it's going to be so brief, this 15 minutes. We should just let her enjoy it.
I don't know. She's getting really chummy with Her Majesty the Folk.
I'm not worried about it. Misery will dig her own grave.
Well, shall we?
Please.
And you all... Go ahead.
The rift goes to the place where there was the multiple portals.
Goes to that portal realm, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So... the diagonal of this rift, this ripple in the world, you near it, and the guards are all watching it. They're all like pointed inward, being very mindful, but they stay out of your way. They seem to have been informed, much as clearly Misery had been informed that you were coming. And Amadine as well. I suppose I'll go first then. And she just kind of impatiently backs into the rift, very nonchalantly. And you all step into the portal. And you see a room. Let me turn the volume down a little bit. There you go. And you all see this portal space. You step in, and behind you there's this bright green, beautiful, and the clock on the wall with multiple hands just kind of twisting out of time, and the vining going up the walls, very familiar. And ahead of you, there are four other portals. You have directly in front of you on, it's awful, just glops of blood and gore coating the walls. It looks almost like there's like animal skulls everywhere. It's very it's very ritual sacrificey. And in a pool on the ground, you see figures, like emaciated figures, kind of hanging out in the puddle of blood. Very lovely. Ahead of you, you see the air rippling with magic, like almost lightning that kind of coats the walls in different angles. Next to that, you see a gateway with churning lava just rolling. And to the left of that, you see the portal that you went through previously. It's almost air looking, and it's got this very Doctor Strange looking spiral, kind of looks like a firework spinning. And Amadine steps out and goes, "This is fucking awful." Kind of looks at the blood portal.
That's the one we went through before when we were following her. She dropped a bunch of sand from the desert behind us, so that's how we knew which portal to go through.
Okay, are we following that one, or are we going somewhere new?
I think it's worth, at each stage, seeing if there's any remnants of the directions he was giving her, because they may point us in a different direction if she has either come back through here or uses other portals regularly. I don't know. We don't know where any of the rest of these go, so...
So we're following the original path.
Well, for now, let's see if we can figure out what made her choose that way. Maybe there's something here, right? And if...
She had to know which portal to go through.
Right.
Or she picked randomly.
Also a possibility, but we won't know until we check.
Okay, so go the old way.
Well, I'd say here, fan out. Don't get too close to anything.
Don't go into the portal.
Don't go into the blood, but look at it if you can.
Cool.
Or thereabouts. And let's see if we can figure out. He left like markings, didn't he? That's out of character. Wasn't there like some sort of physical
There was
marking?
some sort of writing, some sort of mark.
But it's also worth anybody who feels that they can do so if there are any arcane hints left behind that may indicate she's used these other portals as well. That wouldn't be the worst idea.
Sure. All right, and so y'all fan out. You see Amadine inch a little closer to the blood pool, but draw out in her quill a parasol as she goes a little closer and like kind of puts it over the blood so she can look into the pool. Where do you go? Which one do you look at?
I'm gonna go air.
Okay, so the one you originally went through. Cool.
I guess I'll look at the lava.
All right.
And I will cast guidance on probably... Harland has guidance too, right?
Harland, good question. I don't
Somebody
remember.
else has guidance.
That's me.
Okay. So then if you already have it, then I won't do it on... I didn't know if I was going to do Paru or Harland.
I can only do it on myself because it's an Acosta thing.
Gotcha.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yep.
Because I have to cut my braid to do it.
That's right. Okay.
And
then
you
I will
just got
cast
a
guidance.
haircut.
Yeah.
It's like, Oli, it's just like, oh my god, Paru, no. They just did it.
Actually, I'm going to cast guidance on myself. That would be
Sounds
the most
great.
useful.
Sounds great.
Okay.
I hadn't looked at Kyle's Harland character sheet, and he renamed a bunch of his spells.
Yeah, he.
You sure did.
Like, Chaos Bolt is stop it. And detect sorry, so Harlan cast, look at that! To detect magic.
Oh my god. Look at that.
Alright, so let's take a shift
amazing.
in tone here. Because
Par was thinking, I probably should have confessed to him before we left. This was bad timing.
yeah, it's okay though. Alright. So I need everybody to give me a perception check.
Okay.
27.
27.
22.
18. With guidance.
Amazing. Just for the record, for anybody who's curious about this map, this is from a Patreon that I support called Animated Dungeon Maps. So you can check them out. They're very cool. Here, I'll put it in the link. Okay, so Olia, what did you get?
18.
18. Okay. So, all right. So, Beza, we'll say that you look at the remaining portal, which is the one that's got like almost like a little electricity running through it. It's the one in the top right. And you each are searching around for any sign of a direction to go. As you are looking through, Paru, through the air, through the portal in the ripples of air, you see glimpses of where you last were when you went through the portal, where you first ended up. Let's see. The first place you ended up was that like far
area.
realm swamp with the jellyfish in the water. So you see the jellyfish kind of sort of moving by. You don't see anything around the portal that would indicate any sort of like marking. But you do, like I said, you do see the like glimpses of that place on the other side. But as you're there, you note that there's another portal that none of you had really noticed. Just below it, dripping from the ceiling or from the wall, these pipes. And you see this black gunk pouring down into the floor, very quietly, seeping down, and there's almost like a Looney Tunes black hole in the floor there.
Guys.
Yeah, what's up?
How about inky black portal?
Do we have to?
And Pyro points at it.
Any the air portal is easy because we can see through it, but we can't see through these other portals. Is there anything like a
Well, actually, you were looking through the lava. Mm-hmm. You each see glimpses a little bit. The lava is more like a magic eye. You see little bits of pattern in it.
Okay.
You see rolling in this, you see like glimpses of like faces and limbs just kind of rolling around in it as if it was sort of like abstract. And occasionally in that lava where the sort of pattern of shadow and light come from, you see odd geometric shapes, like big round spheres or like oblong shapes, almost like egg or bowl shaped things. Once in a while, the lava actually shifts color a little bit. It's got this weird sort of, it's got this weird almost like alchemical vibe to it.
Okay. Is there anything long enough, like a branch or something that's maybe a couple feet long, or some object that we could possibly put through these portals and see what happens?
I mean, behind you, there's the vining and the sticks and stuff in the
Yeah, I'll just
the
grab
Fable
something
portal.
long enough
Sure.
to see what happens.
Give me a strength check.
Harlan, help!
Con. I'm thinking maybe Paru would be better at that than me.
Oh, yeah.
I am
Okay.
small but mighty.
She
need
also
help
might.
pulling
I
these
don't know
one-
if you're gonna
these
like.
things.
I don't know if she'd be like. She'd like ask the vines to let us borrow them. I
Is
don't
that a
know.
thing that can happen?
It's kind of funny that our two smallest characters
the strongest
are also
ones.
the ones that are, like,
Amazing.
up in your face fighting
Amazing.
Yeah.
Image.
Yeah, I could
Yeah.
do that. Night mage. Pearl will walk over and to the vining and just kind of get a section of it and
Okay.
break it off and
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Then basically then use Druidcraft to help regrow it real quick. So it's like, sorry, I'm taking a little piece, but I'll make it bigger. And then just
no.
kind of hefts it over her shoulder and walks it over to Oliet.
So yeah.
Here you go. Well, oh wait, do you need me to hold on to it?
Hate it and hate the assist. Yeah, or yeah. So what I was gonna do was try and see so, there are all sorts of places these could go, right? It would make not a lot of sense for us to just stroll out into the elemental plane of fire or wherever the fuck this may go. So we should stick this thing through. One, see if we put it through, if we can pull it back, right?
Okay.
Or see if anything happens to it as we put it through. That would be my... This is all experimentation.
We're just gonna... Amadine chimes in. You just want to stick it into each of the portals?
Well, I mean, until something interesting happens.
Okay.
Is that how it normally
she,
goes? Someone just sticks it in until something interesting happens.
They try. They really try their best.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a stick. And yeah, Verlaine's just like, okay. I'm suddenly very glad the kittens didn't join us.
I've made jokes like that around the kittens.
So,
that was Tessa, not Paro.
Amadine just kind of shrugs and lowers the parasol and just sticks the parasol into the blood. See if anything happens.
Love her. I might love her.
It's kind of gross, but then she pulls it out.
Did it get bitten, or was it hard to pull it back through?
No, but I really wanted to leave it. Because I'm now stuck with it. Gross. Just kind of leans it on the ground, just sort of rests on it like an unpleased Mary Poppins. Sort of leans against it.
Paro will take the vine over and just put it in the inky, because I already know what's on the other side of the air one, so she'll put it through the inky portal and then try and pull it out and see what happens.
Okay.
All as it'll go, like to where you think you might lose it, and then see if you can pull it back out.
All right.
You kind of wait a moment. And you pull the vine out. You pull the stick out. And it comes back with some of the ink on it. And you pull all the way out, and there's a moment where there's a little like splash where you kind of pull out, and there's underneath you'd expect more ink, and there's this little like shimmer of light as there's like a hole where the splash happened just for a moment, and you see a poof, almost like a puffball, mushroom, of like fog. It just kind of rolls up out of the space, but there was light down there. Did not seem to be inky. It almost looks like the inky black is like just the portal.
Yeah, the doesn't seem to be ink further in.
So I guess my final
Almost
question,
like it was marked, maybe?
right?
As, yeah.
Is there anything out here that marks the air portal? That's the one she chose. That was her escape route. Is there anything that marks it, and do any of these other portals have a similar marking? Because we have to find Amadine something to copy anyway, so do we see anything?
Who had the highest perception? I think it was Paro.
Haru, for sure.
Okay, so Paro, you're looking through. You didn't see any marking on the portal.
Yeah, I didn't see anything on the portal.
Verlaine just kind of... She was never afraid to kind of roll with things. You know, improvising is a... She suggested that improvising was a good way to keep people on their toes.
So,
If you never had a plan, you never had to have anyone figure out your plan. Which now occurs to me is kind of... It also occurs to me as kind of bullshit since she had...
I mean, they clearly had a plan, so...
Yeah. Sorry.
No,
Not
it's fine.
helpful.
She's just so full of shit.
I mean, we know this.
So it's possible that the last portal is the only one that was marked. That she was trying to lose us and shake us.
Or...
And finally her ride showed up.
Maybe he's only marked certain ones and she was just rolling the dice to see which one had a mark.
maybe. I mean, she definitely kept looking everywhere that we were. So it could just be that she, like you said, she kept hopping through to places she's been, knowing that he would leave marks somewhere.
So are we thinking it doesn't really matter what we pick?
Well, also, isn't her whole thing that she travels through books? Is this a book?
Amadine looks up. Maybe it's a fucked up table of contents.
Is there a way to rip this page out?
Don't look at me. I have no idea.
I could try to dispel magic, but I don't. That's gonna potentially trap us here. So I don't think that's necessarily a good plan.
She was able to pass through books in general. This just seems like... Maybe this just seems like the starting point for where the Fable book connects.
Yeah.
You do see, as you can look in, like, beyond these portals, you are in some sort of tower. Some sort of stone tower. And beyond the stone tower, where these, like, occasionally you see rocks that would otherwise be, like, falling, like this place is decrepit, they're just floating in space. And beyond the rocks, you see space. Like, literally, you just see a void with stars.
All right, so
Maybe this is like the space between the pages?
Oh, that's lovely, Amadine genuinely says.
So we either go the way we know that she went. We know that there's a mark that way.
We know that there's a
can try
mark
these
on
other-
that Titan hand.
I'm still kind of. I'm still a little excited.
What, do you want to,
go
like,
back there.
meet
was
it or
pretty cool.
something? Like,
Maybe.
sure. I'm
Anyway.
sure your charm will overcome the size difference.
Melted icier hearts. I'm not worried about it.
I'm just saying, I think maybe your voice might be too, the frequency might be so high that the Titan can't hear you.
Oh yeah, like I'm a mosquito or something.
I mean, that's just bullshit, but yeah, you yeah.
I mean, if it speaks giant, we might be able to talk to it.
Maybe.
I have no idea if I have a story for that, but I'm going to start thinking of a story.
Okay. Sounds good.
Anyway, we could try any of these portals. The inky one is intriguing.
And creepy as fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so are they.
And Amadine looks down at her bloody parasol. I'd like to vote for all of them are creepy as fuck.
I really don't want to go in that one. Like, I
Yeah,
really don't want to go in that
like-
one.
Yeah, I'm like 80% sure one of them said my name. I really don't like that.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
yeah.
interesting.
Either I'm just gonna say, please not lava and please not blood. Any of
Okay.
the other ones, I'll take.
Can I? Oof. I don't know how this is gonna work. But it might be something. None of us have a familiar, right? Just double checking. Nobody has that capability?
I don't
I
think
can
so.
summon bees.
I can summon bees.
That's true. You now have bees.
I can summon bees. Okay, well,
I mean, I can summon Button and pull Button back.
I'm scared, but we should risk something that's not. It's.
Oh, well,
I can.
okay. And Amadine just kind of... And she
What?
starts drawing in the air, and you see a little, like, stick figure. She only spends like 2 seconds on it. And like this. So if anyone has seen those YouTube videos of the little kid, the toddler in the stick figure costume that glows, and when they move around, you just hear a little kid giggling, and there's a stick figure.
Hate it.
It's that.
I hate it. So unsettling. Okay, so
And which one?
through the ink, I guess. Can you see? Can you pull it back, or it can tell you what it sees? Is it
She
intelligent
keeps
enough?
drawing, and there's like a little rope around the.
Oh my god!
Amazing.
It walks over and it kind of looks down and looks back at Amadine. And he's like, "Yeah."
Stick figure's like, no.
Kind of puts his hand up to his nose. There's no nose, but he does that. He just goes, does a little cannonball into the bloop, and another little poof of fog comes out. And Amadine's holding onto a light rope,
Amazing.
like slowly lowering him down. Starts pulling him back up.
Did you draw a mouth on it so it can tell us what it's?
I understand it.
Okay.
My intent as an artist, it comes through.
I get it.
And she pulls, you see a bloop, and the little stick figure hops out, like shakes off all the ink, and it hops over to Amadine, and Amadine kneels down and is like, just nodding as it's like gesticulating wildly. Said that there's soldiers, but they don't move.
Are they made out of paper?
No. Well, it didn't touch them, but they looked poor little guy. They look more three-dimensional than he does.
Existential crisis.
Yeah.
On aisle 3. Okay.
Good thing you can't hear him. He's screaming right now. No, it's fine.
The
No,
agony of being alive.
The agony of only having 2 dimensions. He says that there's a lot of soldiers, but they're still, and it's quiet. And there's
Makes me think she
fog.
was there.
Okay.
What? And she looks
That makes
down.
me-
No, she looks down at the little stick
Oh,
figure.
sorry.
You said it's fine. Paru repeats herself, but
Yeah.
Oni's like, no,
Oh, sorry.
no, you're fine. Some of them were knocked over. It looked like ice, water.
Like soldiers underwater?
No, maybe
Like
that
a
water was
wave.
used
Like a
to
wave
knock
hit them,
them over.
but only some of them.
She's at least been that way once. We know that. Based on this, most likely.
That's enough for me, Villain says.
Same.
But
We're gonna have to make a decision at some point, Elliot.
I'm aware, but the problem is we can't come back here. We either follow this new trail or we go where we know there's a mark that Amadine can copy.
I can leave a trail. It should serve us a little bit as a way back. If I know where the portal is, I might be able to reopen it. If these are books, I'm pretty confident.
As far as we know, they are.
My lady gives me some semblance of agency inside the written word and the illustrations.
Which is handy. If we're gonna go through one of the unknown portals, should I go first since I don't have to breathe, just in case it opens up underwater or something?
If you want, but... And Villain's like, I'd just as soon just get this over with.
Alright. Just throwing it out there as an option.
No, I mean, go ahead. I'm good. Villain looks like he's getting a little impatient.
Yeah, well.
They can wait. Well, they're an NPC. They don't have to worry about shit.
Okay. If we need to... We could... All right, so we have one of two ways to go. If we don't even look at the other portals, we have one of two ways to go. We know they lead to books.
Mm-hmm.
So even though they're gross, they will not take us somewhere gross.
Oh, it still could be gross. But you know, it's... Well, we're in the book. It's as real to us because we're part of it.
It's true.
But, as I said, I have some element of power in a place like that.
All right. So, should we just flip a coin?
Yeah, sure. Oh, here, I've got one. I won the bet with Tuskendale.
Yep. Dad broke even faster than I reckon I thought.
Yeah, almost like they planned it. And he flicks the coin. All right.
That's fine. I don't use money much anyway.
Odds? Okay, so what do you want to assign? I'll roll a d4. We'll do odds or evens.
Odds, we go through the ink. Evens, we go through the air.
Okay. Ready? I'm pretty sure. Yep. You all can see the result. That was a 3.
Alrighty.
You actually can't see it on the die, but it was a 3. It was a 3. Whatever. So, odds. You go through the ink. After you, Beza. Do you want a rope or something?
I mean, that's probably not a bad idea just in case.
Actually, you know it'd be faster? And he offers a hand. He's like, just tap on my hand if you want me to... I'll pull you out.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, come on. And he's just like... and,
Sure.
you hop on in. Oh, she's a little heavier than I was anticipating. It's fine, I'm fine. And Beza, the reason that he's able to hold on to you is because as you jump in, you immediately fall onto your back because there's no... It's the orientation has changed. And you're holding on to Verlaine's hand, laying on your back. And there is just... Everything's bright. It's almost a little too bright. But it's not because the light, it's just that everything is a light color. And it's just such an abrupt shift from the darkness of this tower. And I'm going to shift back to the play screen. And Misery isn't here. Bye, bitch. Sorry. Love you, Laura.
Can I like pop my head back through the portal from this side?
Yeah.
All right. She doesn't bother getting up since Verlaine's got a hold of her hand. She just like bends her knees and pushes with her feet so that her head pops back through.
Oh, God. Hi.
Hi. So, careful when you come through. The orientation shifts. So, like, I'm on my back right now.
Huh.
It's kind of weird. I'm on my back, but also my head's sticking up straight.
Beza, did anything move when you went in? She obviously had to fight her way through here.
No, but everything's very, very white. It's very light colored. It's really bright.
Like a blank page.
Yeah.
Kinda. Or like when you spill ink and then you drop a bunch of sand on top of it.
Okay, I'm going in, and Verlaine just kind of hops in. And he hops in
on top of Beza.
No, to the side. He hopped to the side, and then he ends up on his back. Ow!
I told you.
Sticks his hand back through with a thumbs up, and gets up.
Haru pops in.
So you all follow in.
Beza rolls out of the way.
Yeah. And
Stick. I might look through the lava portal just to be...
okay,
I need to know.
that's fine.
But then I will follow them.
Sure. So, Beza, Harlan follows you, Oliette. I'm not going to let you not go darling, where you going? And he just follows you. Amadine waits for everyone. And she's starting to sort of draw in the air a sort of, it looks like the rope again. And so let's see. Elaine went through, Beza went through, and Paro went through. Okay. So, Alia, you go towards the lava. You stick your head in. Or you, like, peer in. Like, Harlan will hold on to you if you want. If you want to, like, kind of lean in as he holds on.
Yeah. Wait, I am going to use Mage Hand to, like, try and protect my hair and delicate features from the edges of this lava. Like, I need Mage Hand as my umbrella.
Sure.
But yeah, I just need to know if she went through this way.
Okay, so you lean in, and as you sort of stick your head through, the glowing, like, there's a little bit of heat. Not as much as you would expect. You got closer to the lava and it was getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And once you get almost touching it, you feel this sudden shift in the temperature. It's not quite as hot as it looked like it was. And it felt like from a distance. And you stick your head through and your mage hand survives the trip through. And you glance in and you see a laboratory. Stone. There are torches of different colors sort of lining the walls. And there's these elaborate, almost Rube Goldberg machine looking interconnected tubes and different types of like alchemical and chemistry materials. And there's like a bubbling cauldron. You see some of the shapes you thought were like oblong bowls and stuff. You see like a brazier that's sort of egg-shaped and a large cauldron that was that oblong. And everything is all these different colors. Some things are giving off fumes. Some things are... and there's like a gigantic stack of books like up on a pedestal.
Okay.
You feel a little squeeze on your hand from Harlan, like he's checking in.
The brazier, the things that it's like, just so I have a frame of reference, does this seem more, this is out of character, does this seem more like, maybe alchemist type stuff, or does this seem more like witchy?
Alchemist.
Like,
this looks like scientific materials. Even if it's arcano science, still looks science-y. There's a door frame, and as you're like studying through all the stuff and you feel the little squeeze on Harlan's hand, you hear a sort of slurping noise. Sort of making its way down the hall, and you see a torchlight kind of moving. And as you're sort of like frozen there debating what to do, you're kind of like, okay, if I'm really still, maybe no one will notice me. You see a figure in like a long robe, almost wizard-like, made entirely of gelatin. Looks like a gelatinous wizard.
A jelly wizard, if you will.
Yeah, but like a gelatinous cube, but in like someone put it in a jello mold, and it was a wizard-shaped jello mold. And
it's coming down the hallway?
It's just coming down the hallway, and it passes the door frame.
It's gonna see my mage hand as I'm sending it in to grab a couple of books. It can hold up to 10 pounds. Grab as many as you can and come
They're all
back.
heavier than 10 pounds. They're huge
grab
books.
Anything.
Okay, you grab some papers and you pull, and the gelatinous wizard kind of looks confused. Give me a persuasion. What are you gonna do? Give me a persuasion check if you're trying to shush the wizard.
I just want to. I need a marker from this world.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Persuasion?
Mhm.
All right. Let's see how persuasive I am when it comes to
Sure.
jelly. 13. Jelly, right?
You do this and it goes,
I'm just waiting for the mage hand to come back, and then I'm gonna just... and then get the fuck out.
it starts screaming in some sort of like gurgle.
Nope, let's go.
I don't have any
liquid.
I don't have any liquid, so I couldn't gargle a scream for you. But anyway,
Okay, let's
so
go.
Harlan pulls you out, and your mage hand has some crushed paper in its fist.
I'm just gonna grab it, put it in my bag, and we're gonna run to the other portal. Gotta figure out how to get back here.
Just go through the portal. So Harlan's
Maybe
just
not
like,
now.
all right, darling. How about like I'll give you a hand down. You can fly too. I mean, fuck.
Yeah, I'm just gonna flutter through. I heard them. Yeah, basically said be careful.
It
so.
really throws you though to get down there because you have to reorient yourself as you're flying, so you end up on the ground anyway.
Fair.
Harlan also crawls in, and you see Amadine do almost like a... So what must have happened was Amadine drew a little bit of threading, this like rope-like stuff, attached it to something, whether she drew it or found something in the area, mounted it there, and like slid down like a rope. And when she hits the bottom, she just like slides into first base. Like, it's elegant, it's like she almost practiced, or like she's just that good. Oh my god. Yes, Carl, I will save that and we'll figure out what the wizard's name is, but Bloop will be involved.
The great wizard Bloop.
Bloopicus.
Okay, so in a one shot with me on this channel,
Oh,
Carl
he did.
played
Carl played a baby
a
gelatinous
baby
cube.
gelatinous cube.
Yes. Oh my god,
And
I forgot.
did it
in costume. Made a gelatinous cube costume, and it was glorious.
It was amazing.
It was so good, Carl. I drew Bloop and sent it to him.
Bloop is
So good.
I love
Anyway, so Amadine sliding into first, and just like Paru wants to. Anyway, so
hey yo.
ew. So
Not
you
that she
all
knows how to go about it.
It's okay. So, you all get a moment to collect yourselves. And you see the fog in your periphery everywhere. But Beza, you and Villain have had a chance to kind of right yourselves and think about what's going on. And you look around and the fog starts thinning. And that's when you see the soldiers. Knights, almost. Suits of plate armor and spears in their hands, pointed up in a very at attention pose. And you see a bunch of them. They're all sort of in rows. And then you see the next row, and the next row, and the next row, and you see as the fog starts shifting a little bit, like there's a current of air, they go on forever. Till there's just nothing. You can't see anything. The fog just gets too thick. And
That's a lot of fighters.
yeah.
It's an army.
I have sort of a mock-up that I made, but it was really hard to do the rows after. But you get a sense of how far the row goes.
Oh God.
It's not too late to go back.
And there's Rose next to them.
I think we need to go to a different portal.
Paru, you see in the distance a section of them that's knocked over. And you see a little reflection from the sky. The sky is just clouds and white. You can't really see any sun, but there does seem to be light. The floor almost looks marble. There's like etching. This is not air shale, Beza. This is different. This is a different type of material.
I'm gonna, can I step closer and examine one of the soldiers?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna start heading down towards where I see them knocked over and where I see that little reflection. I want to go.
Paru, hold on. And Valine follows you. The gap between the rows, like that hallway that you're seeing, like this row, is maybe about 10 feet across.
Mm-hmm.
Beza, you're going to reach the closest one before Paru reaches maybe 30 down to get to the spot that is knocked over. So Beza, you get closer. What is your stealth?
My stealth?
Yeah, what's your stealth?
+5 with advantage. Well, okay, wait. It's a +5 with advantage in certain circumstances.
Okay.
It
So
has
here's
to
my
be
question.
Surrounded by a lot of stone.
You happen to be surrounded by a lot of stone, but I think the idea is like natural stone, but
I'm double checking my.
how about this? Here's my real question. Be honest, if I hadn't tipped my hand just then, would you have approached quietly? Or are you just trotting over to look at it?
No, they're not moving right now.
Correct. They
but
look... Go
But
ahead.
she doesn't know if that's going to stay the case.
So you
Her
stay
plan
quiet.
Her plan was to be quiet
Okay.
and examine one closely without touching it.
Give me a stealth check.
Okay.
Paru, be honest. How were you traveling down the row?
Not stealthily. She was just going.
Okay.
Didn't roll great on those, so that's a 15.
15. Beza, you start inching a little closer and studying. Now, there's not much by way of features. They've got full helmets on, and they're not even wearing helmets. They just have helmets. There's no face behind it or anything. And you see them in this, sorry, not spears, swords. They have these in sort of a salute pose, and they have a shield behind them. And you get closer, you see, not to toot your own horn, but they're not very well carved. They're rough. And you study it. What's your passive perception?
Passive is a 14.
14. You kind of look around it. You don't see any maker's marks or anything like that. And just right around the time you like turn your head to look on the other side of it, it and makes a cut, but you're too short. Right over your head. And as it swings over and like it comes forward, its shield is ahead of it. The one next to it also makes a swipe and puts its shield down. And the one directly across swipes and puts its shield down. And then they all go still. As you kind of back up.
Okay, but they didn't act like they could see me because they didn't aim at me.
Correct. They were just
swiped
reacting from what you could tell.
They just swiped at where the average-sized person might be. Like where their middles would be. Okay, and I'm assuming that happens before Paru and Villain head down the hallway.
They're already several down by the time that happens. While that happens, Paru, you hear What do you do?
I tackle Villain to the ground because I knew he was right behind me to like get out of the way and also like shit.
Well, you heard it from a distance.
Oh, I thought it was in front of me. I'm sorry.
No, you hear from a distance. You hear what happens with Beza.
I pause and look behind me.
Our talking when we first came through didn't do anything, though, correct?
No.
Wasn't until we approached. Villain, you need to kneel down as quietly as possible.
Cool. And he slowly kneels, very quietly. Let me give Valena, give him a fighting chance. Elaine's. Oh. Yeah, and he doesn't have disadvantage anymore because of his armor. He kneels very quietly, making eye contact with you, Paru.
It didn't happen until I got... Beza would have backed up a step or two. It didn't happen until I got next to them, and the talking doesn't seem to set it off, but when I got close to this soldier right here, it swung at me. Except, it's like it can't see me, so it swung at, like, its chest height.
Cool, so indiscriminate attacking. Great. All right, cool.
Yeah, and then the ones next to it and across from it also swung their swords, but all at the same height. I don't think they can necessarily actually see us.
Okay.
But that's why I told you to kneel down, because you're the only one near them at the right height to get stabbed.
Okay.
Can you shift to my size?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe close.
I'm shorter than Beza. So if they're going over her head and we stay my
Okay,
size,
yeah, I got you. Yeah, okay, sure. And, he thinks for a second. Okay, hold on. And you see Villain, normal Villain, shifting a little smaller. He almost looks like he did when he was like 14. Little smaller. His clothes are a little baggy. I usually have to get something tailored if I'm gonna do that.
Gotcha.
His armor has shifted down though, so that's good.
So he's smaller, but not naked.
Okay, so quiet. You want to keep going forward?
Sound didn't seem to do it. It wasn't until I got closer. I mean, I'm yelling to you guys right now, and they're not doing anything.
Sorry, force of habit.
I know.
He's just stuck in a stage whisper right now. He can't.
He's shrunk down. He's looking me in the eye, right?
He turns around to like look at Beza quietly.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like vibrations? Hold on a second. Beza's gonna walk up close to that row again.
Uh-huh. Not trying to be quiet or not trying to be slow or stealthy?
She walks carefully. She's trying to be stealthy up until she gets near them again.
Mm-hmm.
And then, just in case, she's going to duck down a little extra and slam her foot on the ground.
And it butts out with its shield and tries to hit you because it is now crouching with its shield down. It rolls an 18 to hit.
That is my armor class.
Okay, so Beza, you're like, I'm gonna be smaller, and it's already like cued to shove forward, so it.
Oh, because it went down on its knee with the.
Yeah, you take 7 bludgeoning damage as it. And when it hits, the one behind it, directly behind you, also shoves forward with its shield. That's a 16, so that misses. So you see that it's coming, and you like dodge out of the way, like out of the hall, and now it's at like a with its shield in front of it, kind of like coming back with its sword, and it sort of stops at that motion.
All right. So apparently
We do one thing at a time.
They do, and their attacks, there's a pattern, apparently. and they keep repeating the same pattern. I mean, I can take the hits, so I guess I could keep going so we know what the pattern is. But
why don't Paru and I try to like look at the spot first, and then we'll...
But if I, theoretically, if there's an area of activation, if I fly overhead, they all swing up, that gives you the opportunity to run through. Right? Theoretically? Because they can only... It looks like some kind of domino effect thing.
You might just start a cascade. I mean, I don't know if that helps anybody move, but maybe.
I mean, they also don't have distance weapons.
Just let us look at this first and then set them all off. So we don't get stuck here.
Just be careful.
Please.
We're gonna get stuck there on foot.
Not if we're fast.
Are you fast?
I don't know.
I
I can be
Paru,
Doesn't
very
bode well.
fast.
Paru can change into fast things.
And I can take you with me.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, just...
So,
Okay, so...
is he looking me in the eye now?
Yes,
Or, like,
he's
are we
looking you in the...
okay?
Yes, you're both... Like, he's a little taller than you, but not by much.
Yeah.
He's probably about Beza's height. So...
She,
4 feet, maybe. A little less than 4. Beza, how tall are you?
How
Do you remember?
14-year-olds are?
I don't remember.
Beza's
How tall are
like,
He
children?
just looks like a kid. I don't know.
I don't
I
fucking
think
know.
I said Beza was 3'1".
3'1". So he's probably 3.5.
yeah. Part
Take
is
to the
just,
air anyway, just in case.
basically like 2 feet.
Mhm.
And she just kind of, for a minute, she just stops and she just puts a hand on his cheek and goes, "This is interesting. Not used to you being this close."
Let's be quiet. Come on.
Yeah.
And he's like, just take your time, okay? And he like reaches back for your hand and then slowly makes his way forward. So go ahead and make a stealth check with advantage.
I'm gonna cast Pass Without a Trace.
Cool, great. So that's great because he rolled like shit. He got a 14. Hooray! Now.
So add 10 to that.
No. He got a 4. So he
Oh,
got a
okay.
14.
Oh my god.
A 28. I rolled a 16 plus
my
2
God.
plus 10.
So, he walks forward. One just has to assume a little caught off guard by whatever that interaction was.
Sorry, Par was like, I'm not
Nope,
used to your
he's-
face being this close
But
to me. And
he
like,
100% is just like, anyway, you're walking forward, and as you're stepping forward, he's looking ahead at the mass of soldiers and doesn't notice the puddle on the ground and just slips and gets a little too close to the soldier, and a bunch of the soldiers just all react in this little ripple down the row, and they push their shields up, and they all wait, and Verlaine like pulls you a little to get in the middle of the 10 feet so that you don't like get hit by the shields. Hi, Perception Studio. Thank you for the raid.
hey guys.
We're right at the end of a very tense moment. So you see all of the soldiers, all the stone shoulders move and stop in that first position. Okay, that was... Sorry, that was bad. That was shitty. That was bad. I suck.
Don't suck. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Are you? I don't know why I'm still whispering, but I'm just gonna keep doing it because it makes me feel better.
Okay.
Okay.
just don't set them off again, because this time they actually can hit you.
Thank you, Beza.
I mean, yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
All right.
One more time.
Yes.
Okay.
Cautiously.
Thank you. I didn't think of that.
Mm.
And okay, one more
Remember?
stuff.
Crime buddies. Crime buddies.
Crime buddies.
Don't
Okay.
you have stealth
Crime
tape
buddies.
left?
Thank you, Beza. He's fine. He rolled a, he has a 20. He rolled a 23. Rather, with your help, he rolled a 23.
Okay. I got a 24.
Okay, so now recentered, aware of the puddles on the ground, you walk forward through what is now a 5-foot space as these shields are now there down the rows. And you eventually make your way to what looks like a collapsed section of these rows and rows and rows of stone soldiers. And you see what must have just been a wave that hit them. You see them all kind of cascade out on the ground, in poses, like some of them are in the shield pose, some of them are in like a swing that you haven't seen yet, and they're all just still on the ground.
All right.
Yeah, I've seen her do something like that before.
Do you want me to knock out the rest of them?
Hold on. Look around, see if you can find anything.
Okay.
You see any marks or anything? And he looks...
25.
25. I don't even know why I bothered rolling.
Sorry.
No, he rolled an 11. He's not great at that. You look around Paru and you see about 4 rows back, amid all of there's some crushed statues. You see like at first you think it's marbling, like the floor, but there's too much there. It's not like a natural black marbling on white. It looks maybe a little like writing.
I've got something.
Be careful, be careful.
I promise.
Okay.
I will be careful.
Okay.
She will very, very cautiously move forward.
Okay. Give me one more stealth check.
Natural 20.
Fuck,
So
yes,
it's a
fuck,
32.
yes. Okay.
32.
So with just barely making any noise, barely, like you're stepping between every single soldier piece that they're pretty big. You can kind of get around them. You had to make a hop at one point. But it's like, okay, it's fine. You got it. It's fine. It's fine. I'm cool. And you make your way to this spot on the floor. And it's, you see several of the soldiers have been kind of pushed away by this water. And there's just dripping water everywhere. And it's not like, there's a part of you that isn't sure if it means that's fresh or if it means that like water doesn't work the same here. You don't know whether or not this indicates any sort of recency. What languages do you speak?
Let's see here.
What's up, Elliot?
Speak Common, Druidic, Goblin, Minotaur, and Vegapygmy.
It's in Vegapygmy now, and none of those.
Shit!
But it is in a beautiful, like, loopy, like, very, very calligraphy kind of script. What is it?
It's writing of some sort. I can't read it.
Sunshine, Elliot, there's some writing over here. You want to check it out? You can like fly over them.
Now you want
Now
me to
that we have evidence,
okay.
yes. Now,
Sure.
You
now
know you
that
can-
you've almost gotten yourself murdered, now you need my help.
You
No
know-
problem.
you know you can, like-
don't worry
No,
about
no,
it.
no,
and I'm
you
gonna
know you
take
can,
the
like-
chair and
Shut your
I'm gonna
mouth
go, like,
and get over here.
really, really high up in the air.
Yeah, I
and
was gonna
go
say-
over. The thing I was gonna do the whole time, whatever. And I'm gonna just make my way over to where Paru is.
all the way over. Okay, if I understand correctly,
big
you were gonna
arc.
fly just over to set them off, weren't you?
Yeah, but then it got drowned out. But then I was like, I'm gonna take to the air anyway.
Ah,
It's fine.
gotcha.
Sorry.
It did get drowned out. I didn't hear that
Not
part.
a problem.
So, Aliette, you take flight. You go over quite a ways. When you get up higher, all you see is just more. Like,
This is
so many.
Why do we do?
It's just endless. Every direction there are these soldiers. You get down to this spot and you hit the ground and you see, well, you land on one of the soldiers, but it's broken. Doesn't react or anything. It looks shattered. And you see this writing that Paru was pointing out. It has an almost musical quality to it, the way it's written. And you've seen Celestial before. And it's written in Celestial. And it says, "The path, my love."
Does this similar to what was written on the giant?
Yes.
The golem thing?
Yes.
So he leaves the same thing every time.
Yes.
It's not even creative. Board up tail my ass. All right. Okay.
Ugh, he's just so predictable.
Cliche. All right. I will
1 out of
just
5
make
on
a mental
Goodreads.
note.
Sorry, out of 10, I think it is.
I will, I don't think I have a way to make a perfect copy. Hang on. I might be able to.
Oliette, are you trying to, like, make a copy for Amadine?
Yeah, I guess if I forgot she's got the portal thing.
You see Amadine walking about 15 feet above all the soldiers, just very gingerly drawing in front of her, as if she's like using the perspective to make a path.
Love her.
And she's just casually walking ahead.
Perfect. Then.
And then she looks down. Is that it?
Yeah. Can you read this, by the way, out of curiosity?
Yeah.
It's the
Seriously?
same one that it was before. Yeah, it's weak. It's weak.
She starts sketching, and you see these little like stairs. She walks down the stairs.
What's it say?
It's a love note.
Gross.
It's not a good one.
Yeah, I've written better. Anyway.
Well, then, if anyone was ever to write me a love note, I don't want it to say that. Not that I know what it says, but,
She
you know.
kneels down.
I would have told you.
She
I would have said.
Yeah. She kneels down, and you see her just kind of studying it, not like she's studying the writing, as if she's studying the curvature of it, as if she's looking at an object, not at handwriting. And you kind of see her, she doesn't have the quill in, well, she's not using the quill, but you see her hand sort of hand tracing, thinking in her head. Okay. And she starts sort of drawing it out with a very deft hand, very swift. And you see it in like light in the air. Now, I can't be sure that this is going to be, I don't know if there's some sort of other effects on it or anything. But, and she kind of brushes some of the stone away and draws on the marble. And you see the light slowly darken every time she draws, and the light turns dim and then dark like ink, like black ink. And if you look at both of them, I mean, to the naked eye, Oliette, give me, or Paru, you're there. Give me a perception check. Or investigation. Give me an investigation check. How'd you do?
20.
Natural 20?
4.
Yeah.
Nope, never mind.
Don't worry about it. Yep. Paru,
Plus 0, so it's 20.
Paru, you are very keen at seeing detail. and you stare at them for a good long while. Literally can't tell the difference.
No one's going to be able to see that they're different. If you do it like that every time, it's not going to appear any different to
I can
anybody.
do it every time.
Then you're perfect.
Thanks, I know.
There's literally no difference.
Well.
So
None of you can check
now-
for magic, right?
Oh, well, I mean, I could do that.
Can you look? See
Yeah.
if there's any difference between the handwriting and the real one?
Paru will detect magic.
Okay. You look down and you see an aura around the Lord of Tales. It's conjuration magic. And you see
Conjuration
Amadine's also conjuration magic. Looks identical. The aura is the same color, same.
No, you're good. It's the same type of magic on both of them. Conjuration.
Really?
Exact same aura. Yeah.
And she looks at her quill.
If he was the person who made your majesty, it's entirely possible that the magic that she uses in your quill is passed down from him. Which is, I know, a shitty thing to think about, but right now I think that benefits us
No, absolutely. I
very
agree.
nicely.
Well,
Are you guys still okay down there?
yeah, we're fine. If you can get over here, I think this is where we jump to the next place.
Yeah, all right.
Can't they just take the stairs that she just manifested across
Just take the stairs. It should hold.
What's the weight limit? She
It's
looks at herself
fine.
made out of solid stone and over at Harlan.
I
who's a Virgil.
accounted for it. Come on.
I'll take
Alright.
babies.
Smartasses. She mutters
Maeve's
to
not that
herself.
thick. She's just very solid.
Look, we get sassy when it's an emotionally distressing situation. I can't
Clearly,
do anything about that.
That is
Villain.
Oh.
Villain comes over.
That's sassy.
Villain comes over. Oliet, it is very disconcerting for a second because he is literally 3.5 feet. What?
Okay, well. No, this is a very cute look for you. How's the view?
Obnoxious.
Good.
He has a big grin on his face. Yeah, their blood sugar's low. See, this is why you have Toshi around. He always has snacks. None of you thought about this.
Toshi never shares
It's
snacks.
true. He just always has
them.
snacks.
That's
He's
true.
never once offered us a snack.
Toshi
No
gets
one's
snacks
ever
from everyone
asked.
else.
No one has ever asked me. No, it's fine. So you all gather at this collection of broken statues, and Amadine starts to draw a doorway again. That sort of ornate front door of a house kind of look to it. She's even adding like window like thing in the center, but it doesn't take very long, so it doesn't feel like excessive that she's doing it. It's rote. She just knows it in her head how to do it. She also erases the one she made.
I was gonna say we
Yeah.
need to. Okay,
she gathers that back and starts drawing the door, and the door starts to form. Eventually, you open up the door, and you all. Who steps in first?
Beza, because she still doesn't have to breathe. So if
Beza,
there's-
you go first. I mean, the door opens, and you all look inside, and you see almost like a twilight sky and a marketplace. And there are people there's like a crowd as you go through. And you walk in and you're just like in the middle of a market square. There's tons of people. There's it's like a midnight market. There's stalls with like live animals, and there's toys and mechanics, like mechanical things, and all manner of objects. And you each come in one by one. Amadine steps forward and draws that thread again, closes the door, but you see that little draping of threading like she closed some string in the doorway. And the door goes away. Nobody noticed you all coming in. Very like the Matrix, or just everyone has blinders on. No one notices the weird shit happening. And you all step in, and it just feels like a market. It's weird. It's very mundane, except for the night sky, of which there is a moon that has almost like a Saturn ring of little rocks on it. Just looks foreign to your normal view of the sky.
Neat.
What do the people look like?
Give me a perception check.
Are we gonna stand out like sore fucking thumbs?
Give me a perception check.
21.
21? It is a very... They all seem to be humanoid. Lots of elves, humans, there's some tieflings. Not a lot of monstrous races, mostly humanoid races. Very dull, very nondescript. You do look like you might stick out a little bit. Verlaine is still staring at the sky. Why do I know this? I know this.
Yeah.
Did she drag you here before?
No, maybe? I don't
Maybe it's something he showed you?
know. I don't.
Maybe you've just read this book before.
And he looks to you, Oliet. No, Yeah. I read this one before. And he reaches into his hand. And he pulls out from his hand of holding book that you all haven't seen in a really long time. He hasn't pulled it out. I gotta get the title. Hold on one sec. There we go. And he shows you the cover, and it says, "On the Discovery of Changelings." And he flips a page and he shows you, and there's a moon with the rocks, and it has like a city map on it.
That's incredible.
Yeah, I don't love that we're in a book in my hand. I mean, there's got to be other copies.
Yeah,
But
I'm sure there is.
And I mean, honestly, that, and she points at the city map, is going to be very helpful.
yeah, sure. Aliette, behind you, Harland, like, gets a little, like, pushed by some of the random crowd goers, and he just kind of, like, puts a hand on your shoulder. Sorry, darling. Should we find a quiet place to just
Yeah, a quiet place would be good, I think.
Maybe we should find an inn?
I don't believe we're planning on staying. Maybe, I mean, I just meant like a corner.
I didn't necessarily mean staying. I just meant because if we find an inn, we could potentially get a room that we could close the door and talk and figure out what we're going to do next. Also, does anyone see water or any signs of where we should head?
You all start looking around. Go ahead and throw me a perception check.
$16.
19.
19, okay.
12.
So the 19, you have, you take a look and you see the crowd. You look around at the ground looking for any signs of water. You don't see anything out of the ordinary. You do see like a couple of people pouring out jugs and stuff. There's a fountain in the middle of the market, but you don't see any water. We'll have to, I don't know, we'll have to needle in a haystack.
Peaceful. She wouldn't have had to have been offensive. She could have just walked through here and looked for the next
Yeah.
sonnet.
I mean, that's true. So it would probably be somewhere near here, because it doesn't make sense to have to travel too far to find the next one.
Part?
Ange,
Yeah.
could I use locate object
For what?
to see if I can find the next marking, if they're all exactly the same, since I've seen them before?
Object. Guess ink.
What about detect magic? Because we know it's conjuration magic.
That's true too.
That's true, but that's only going to be 30 feet radius. That's why I was thinking about locate object, because that will at least ping us in a direction.
Doesn't detect magic move with you, though?
Yes, it does.
Hold on. Detect object. Just double checking. Yeah. I mean, it's up to you, Paro. Whichever one you want to use.
I mean, could she detect object the ink?
I'm gonna do the locate object for now, and then if nothing pings, I'll switch it to direct.
You're pinging the ink?
Yeah.
Okay. So you
yeah.
you cast, and
Because you could do it a particular kind, so that's what I was.
well, you're looking for the specific kind of magic ink kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You ping it, and you immediately get a ping from behind you as you see the string that Amadine did. And you also get a ping up ahead, near the edge of your senses, across the marketplace.
And she'll start moving forward.
We follow.
Okay. Oliet, you head forward.
Yeah, I'm also trying to keep an eye out. I realize that these people are just kind of moving about their business, but the scientists saw me and the queens see us, so it's weird that these people don't seem to be reacting to us at all. So I'm just trying to keep an eye out on the crowd and see.
You're glancing through, you see a taller than pretty much everybody blue face as Harlan got kind of caught in some of the crowd. Sorry, I'm coming. And he starts heading behind you. And Paro, you make your way forward as everyone's looking through, trying to get towards where you're pointing. Oliet, as you're looking around, people kind of like, you do note that when Paru casts, there is a little bit of spoken element to that, I think. What are the components for, is it somatic and verbal?
verbal somatic material. It's a forked twig, so my spell focus.
Sure.
it
So
takes
there's,
care of that,
we'll
but
say
yeah.
that there's an element of almost like a little bit of light. I like to do that when you're doing anything that's sensory. So like your eyes start glowing a little bit. And there's a moment where the people around directly in Paru's vicinity sort of kind of glance, like they notice it a little bit, but then they keep moving. Like they don't quite see it. They don't quite note you. You're not pinging as anything unusual to them, apparently, despite the occasional little burst of something. And Paru, you head forward through the market, looking, trying to kind of thread through. You hear Verlaine kind of calling after you, like, "Hey, Paru, come on! Like, hold up! I mean,
She's making sure she's not like leaving them behind.
That's fine.
She's very cognizant of where they are and making sure that everybody is can get through as they can.
Oliette, eventually Harlan catches up to you, kind of bumps into you, like, sorry, darling.
So he doesn't keep getting separated.
What did you say? You take his hand?
Yeah, I'll hold his hand so he doesn't keep getting lost.
Oh, okay. And you follow with him, and Paru, you eventually end up in front of a building, and you still feel the ping through. And you see on the door of this nondescript sort of warehouse-looking space, you see a symbol etched into the door. Subtle. You wouldn't really notice it if you weren't like staring, trying to figure out what the hell this is. And no one else seems to pay any mind to it. What looks to be the symbol of half a mask. Like a little Phantom of the Opera.
Well, she points it out to Verlaine. What do you make of that?
Yeah. That's not like great.
I didn't think so.
It was a guild in the book, and he reaches down and grabs the book and starts flipping through. Yeah, they're face takers. They're an assassin's guild.
Right.
Changelings, it might not mean.
And I mean, what? And he turns the book to show you. I mean, that's what it was talking about.
I mean, do they take your face or do they physically take your face?
They take your identity.
That's what I'm... We need to pause for a second, right?
Okay. Why? I mean, yes, sure. What?
The purpose of this is not necessarily just to follow her. The purpose of this is to make it so she can't come back through here. How do we do that?
We find the real message, fuck with it, and then put it somewhere else?
Not Misery.
Ha!
Amadine, can you erase...
You really have to get her off your mind, Oliette. She's not worth it.
I'm aware. Can you erase his message the way you erased your own?
I can try. Or I can make a fuck ton of copies.
Which is...
I mean, here's the question. Do we want her to know we've messed with it? I'm assuming no.
Idiot. She's gonna know.
Okay.
If she's been through here, right, she's gonna know. We need to put roadblocks in the way.
Okay.
Right?
What do you think? I mean, I can do it subtly.
I mean, if we make extra marks or erase them and replace them, with as many books as she's been through, it's not like she's going to remember every single location, right? Like, we've got the string that you made that we can follow back, but for her, she has to find the marks again or remember where they were.
And Valaine's like, she's an improviser. She kind of rides by the seat of her pants. She's not necessarily going to remember exactly where everything was.
Exactly.
Okay.
So if we erase some and replace them, she's not going to know it's not the right one because she's not going to remember.
I mean, hell, I could make it 20 feet away and it would probably change the path.
I say if we can erase the original, we do so.
I can give it a try.
If not, then we just put as many copies, I guess, in this vicinity as possible to make it confusing.
So
I'm also gonna plop down,
Okay.
and I'm gonna start to the best of my ability sketching her face on a blank sheet of paper. Not the book.
Her Majesty
but, like,
of the Trades
the
face.
trade.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure. Just for everybody in the audience.
Yeah.
Sure. Harland kneels near you, kind of watching over your shoulder.
It's not perfect, but it's not Amadine. But
What are you thinking?
if we can make at least 1 or 2 copies of this and give it to the authorities in this book, they can at least slow her down or fuck with her if we let them know that she's some kind of wanted criminal. They don't have to know the details, right?
That is not a bad idea.
that's probably better than going into a place known as the Face Stealers. I say we try to figure out if we could erase the mark from the place we just came from, rather than trying to go in there. Might be safer.
We
Might be safer.
I mean, it's up to you if you want my opinion.
Oh yeah, no, I do.
I'm thinking if this is a linear path, and who knows, who's to say it is, but if it's a linear path, one would think that maybe causing more complications along the way or deeper in the path might make sense, rather than so close to the exit. Because if she uses them for different reasons, you'd kind of disrupt in the middle. I do very much like the idea of that, and you give me that. I mean, I know what she looks like. If you want me to, I can make a stack.
You to do everything. Yes, I mean, if you're
it's what I'm here for. You don't have to feel bad about it.
Sure.
I mean, I'm not making commission or anything, but it's divinely ordained and all that. And she starts. It is by royal decree, not so much divinely.
I mean, plus it's going to be fun to fuck with her.
I just need a bunch of wanted posters is what I'm trying to do here.
Oh. Mm-hmm. How creative do you want me to get with the wanted reasons?
Make them look official. Like, make them look like we are...
Of course, sure.
I'm gonna... Either me or Harlan can... Or Valaine, we can disguise ourselves as guards from some other entity, some other place, and let them know that Homegirl is on the loose. Hopefully they will disseminate it amongst their
I have a
ranks.
suggestion. And she starts drawing, and you see these papers start forming a stack. And she makes... Thanks, Carl. She makes 3 stacks. One, wanted posters, and she looks at the book that Valaine has and copies the name of the city and has like the emblem of the guard and things. The book that he has is a what's the word? It's like a diary. It's someone's telling of a story from a very particular place. And so one big stack of police wanted posters. One stack of bounty posters for anyone, and then one piece of paper with her face, with an exorbitant amount of money, and folded into it a flat gemstone, very expensive. Slips it in an envelope. And she slides it into the door of the face takers.
Get in.
Fist bump.
Amadine,
Yeah.
I think I love you.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you.
That was brilliant.
Maybe they'll murder her, do our work for us. I doubt it, but at least it'll be fun.
One can hope.
And as you all get up, you have these ready to distribute them. Who wants to do what? As we
Prefer to wait for Kyle so that Kyle
no,
can
no,
get
that's
in on
fine.
this,
No, that's
but
fine.
I think that we need to. Somebody needs to sneak in there anyway because we still need to get to the original. I can make I can't concentrate on both. We need her to get in there because she's the one that has to try to erase it.
Sure.
So if there's a way to do that, we need to figure out that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think Harland and Oliet, maybe Villain, depends on what they want to do, need to go start passing out. Need to find the most official, most decorated looking guard or mayor or whoever the fuck might be floating around in this night market.
Yeah.
And share this information.
You start like sussing out your plans. Paru, you notice Villain kind of glancing around the building a little bit.
What's up?
He walks a little forward down an alley to see the other side of the building, because this is like a nondescript warehouse. And there's a business on the front end, or another more official like building on the front end. You, as you walk with him, feel the ping, and there's a point where you stop moving forward and it starts moving laterally and starts moving past you. So you've walked past it at this point.
Okay.
And you feel like it's like near the back of the building that you're passing. Like if the building's like split in half, it's near the back of the building, and then you start going towards the front side, which also has a large street, a bit more of a broad streetway with all these carriages and people walking around, more of these kind of nondescript people, slightly more stereotypically nicely dressed. And you see on the front facade of the building it says GTA on it. There are two. It's like a shield with two pieces of tools. One is some sort of long tool that you don't really recognize. You don't have a lot of experience with like mechanical tools or things like that. And you also see like what almost could be like a wand, and they're kind of crossed on the shield. And you see something written in Gnomish on the front.
You know that Beza speaks Gnomish.
Yeah. So does Villain.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
What's it say?
Gnomish Tinkerers Association.
Huh.
And you see a bunch of gnomes like walking in and out. They have like sashes with little like important patches on them. I have a thought.
Yeah?
It's weird.
I like your weird thoughts.
And Amadine comes around too.
What's your thought?
I could get us in. Do you know anything about gnomish tinkerers? A bit. And Amadine has a little look on her face.
I was made by one.
And she looks at Villain. How much do you know? A lot. She has a grin. I mean, I can. It's been a while. I'm a little rusty. And he has this look of, like, slight trepidation on his face.
What's wrong?
It's just been a bit since I, so I can look like other people, right?
Yeah.
I can be other people too. No,
Yeah,
like there's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't. It's different, Paru. It's not the same as looking like a different person.
You become them. You
Yeah.
are them. No, I understand that.
Okay.
I mean, she does it with animals.
I do.
I
know it's not the same, but I get all of the instincts of the animal and how they think and how they feel, and I become that animal.
I just haven't.
There's little bits of me in there.
I just haven't done it in a while, and I don't know.
I trust you. It's gonna be okay. This is a brilliant idea. You are a brilliant, brilliant person, Blaine.
And I'm thick.
When have I ever not with you?
Namadine kind of chimes in. Remember what Our Lady says? Not what the traitor did. It's mine, not hers. Exactly.
This is about you, not her.
Okay. Okay.
And we got you back.
Okay. I need a spot, and I need kind of like.
You need
Do
clothes.
I need to pretend to be some sort of creation or automaton?
Maybe that wouldn't suck actually. That might be pretty good. Okay, yeah, sure.
Can do.
Okay. Any
Amadine, can you create him clothes that'll fit him?
yeah, sure. Okay. I just decided it's fine. Oh yeah, come on. Maybe not right here. And they walk off, and there's like an alley, and they kind of like, and you see a little bit of movement from the quill, and he steps out. Except that's not who you see when he steps out. You see a complete stranger. You don't know who this is. Has a shock of black hair with a little bit of salt and pepper in it, and a goatee, a little bit of salt and pepper in it. He's got light tan skin, big gnome ears, and has this kind of like jaunty looking little suit with a sash and the little patch on it with the logo. Sorry, I just killed a mosquito. I'm very proud of myself. I caught it in the air. I'm on a roll now. All right. This little it's been a while. Right.
like
So,
this guy.
how's he look? He looks good, right?
Yeah.
And he has this like jaunty quality to him that you don't see on Verlaine.
I like it.
Good. Well, let's hope they do.
I'm sure they will.
You coming with, love? And he looks at Beza.
Yes. Am I going automaton mode or act like myself and you'll just show them how impressive your creation is?
Oh, let's keep it on the down low first. Let's have you be like quietly impressive, and then we impress them if we have to like take it up a notch.
Do you use
Got
a
it.
different name in this persona?
Oh yes, Vin. Here you go. Hello.
Hi, Paru.
He has a big grin on his face. Alright, so let's go. Let's go impress some people.
All right. I feel like at some point during all of this, even Beza is like, what's happening? And like looking between Paru and Verlaine, and then like looks at Oliette like she's so confused.
Harlan and I are in the front of the bit, like they just left.
We just
I have no idea what's happening. I was like, hey, should we do this? And they're like, cool, bye. So I'm waiting for the signal to start handing out papers.
Sure. Vin's like, why don't you lot go find the others? And Beza and I will try to insinuate ourselves in, see if we can get into the back way.
Yeah. It's closer to the back of the building, but it's definitely there.
Right? Perfect.
All right. Okay.
But Auntie has to go in, right?
We'll get her in. I'll find a way in. Get a scope of the place, come back out, let you know what's what. We'll figure it out.
Should get a room. This might take a while.
Alright, so, see you later.
Bye.
He gives you a little bit of an elbow bump, Paru, like, wish you luck. And he heads.
Paru is so smitten, it's not even funny. She's like, I don't know what just happened, but I'm here for it.
All right, let's go. And he throws an arm over Beza's shoulder and is like, "All right, creation, let's show you off then." And
Yes, sir.
all right, that's weird. Sorry, that was
something
weird.
else that's happening. That's a different stream.
Not that. I don't like that.
It's something else.
He sort of chuckles to himself as he busts the door open and says, "How's it, boys?" And that's where we'll end.
Can Paru at least get back to
Oh, sure, yes. Paru, you get back to
It
Oliet.
just has this dazed look on her face, like, I don't even know what just happened, but... So, yeah, Vin's inside, Vin, it's a gnomish tinkering place, and I guess Villain had a persona, all prepped for that, and he and Beza are scoping the Oliet, I don't know what just happened. Is it hot out here?
You look a little peckish.
It feels really warm out here. Anyway,
Harlan takes his hat and starts
fanning Paru with his hat. Vin, it took Beza inside to act as his tinkering creation. They're gonna get a lay of the land. They'll come back out and let us know what's what, and then we will go hand out papers.
Well, I can
Yeah,
start.
he's the hottest gnome I have ever seen in my entire life.
Did you say something to Oliet?
Yeah.
I did. I just said, Oliet, he is the hottest gnome I have ever seen in my entire life. What just kind of out.
We can start passing them out. And Harlan looks down at the poster. Huh. Regicide.
Well, we have to get into our own. We have to get ourselves ready before we just start handing. Nobody's gonna give two shits what we think. We don't look like anybody official, so we can't do that here. We will have to.
Can do the bounty ones though.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want them to be able to know if she gets a hold of it or if she's gonna ask around who put this out. I don't want people matching our descriptions.
Oh.
Right?
That's
so.
smart.
Yeah,
we should
you're smart.
not look like us when we disseminate any of this information.
Okay.
All right.
Follow-
I'll wait here. You guys disseminate since I
following-
can't be anybody else.
Following your lead, darling. Me.
And I think I need to sit down anyway.
Okay. So that is where we'll pause at the start of whatever you're attempting to do to fiddle with the ability for the Queen of the Trade to travel between books. Now, as you are in the middle of On the Discovery of Changelings. Okay. And that is where we will pause for tonight. Thank you all so much for joining us. And heck, thank you so much to all the viewers from Perception Studios for joining us tonight. And those of you who are sticking around, oh my goodness. All right. Well, just as a real quick reminder before you leave, you can find out more about our channel at nerdsmith.org. Or more than likely, you'll find something more recent at patreon.com/nerdsmith. Also, and I put it in the chat a little earlier, but for the next, we'll say 24 hours starting now. For 24 hours, we have a couple of sneak previews into our Patreon content, stuff that's normally for Patreon exclusive, or for Patreon exclusives. We have a map of the Queensdom, which is one of the locations here in the Book of Fables. Specifically, it is the Book of Fables. Which you'll be able to look at. And then I put up, last week, I put together a how-to guide, a GMing toolkit. If you want to game master your own TTRPGs, you can find pretty much everything that I use when I'm planning, running, or streaming tabletop games, and you can find that here. Those are both going to be available for the next 24 hours as a thank you to those of you who watch and follow and subscribe to our channel. After 24 hours, we'll start promoting it on social media, but it'll then be behind our Patreon exclusive. You can also find please check out our sponsors. They're absolutely amazing. We are sponsored by World Anvil, of which on the link in the chat you can find our homebrew campaign setting, Veil. You'll also be able to find a bunch of patron exclusive stuff there if you sign up for our Patreon, including NPC character sheets with some stats. You'll be able to find eventually some encounter write-ups, so you can run some of the encounters that we have here on the show, and some world building stuff that might be useful for your own campaigns, and our homebrew folk, including Paru, which is a Nakosta, not a goblin, and Beza, who is a Goa. You'll be able to find the Goa and the Nakosta racial documents on World Anvil. We are also sponsored, or we're also affiliates of Hero Forge, so please check them out. We have an affiliate link in our chat if you use it for purchasing any 3D miniatures or virtual miniatures. You'll be supporting the channel if you use our link when you do it. So please check them out, and they are amazing. And if you get pro subscription, you get early access to stuff, including what just came out, which were acrylic standee miniatures, so you can get a clear print of your fully color Hero Forge character in a flat acrylic stand instead of a 3D one, if you want something in that style instead. And also, we are sponsored by Die Hard Dice. This month, we're talking the Avalor Enchanted Samhain set. Still Halloween in our hearts. It's not Halloween. Halloween doesn't end until January, as far as I'm concerned.
I agree.
And
It's
Contest
Halloween
this month.
and the contest this month.
Yes.
We do have a bunch of things, and I need to do the write-up on that. But we are doing an art contest. We're going to be... the Samhain set are going to be up for giveaway if you use, say, the Hero Forge Pro feature for making scenes, or make some sort of fan art, or make some sort of like fanfic, whatever you want, of your favorite scene in Shenanigoons so far. If you've just been starting the show, you can go check us out on YouTube if you want to find the rest of our stuff. Which I don't have a code for, but I'll put it in. If you do that, we will make a decision at the end of the month, and someone will win a set of dice. This time it's the cast deciding on who wins, and we're very, very excited to take a look at what people have come up with. We'll put up something official on our Twitter, so please check us out on Twitter. If you subscribe to us here on Twitch or on Twitter, you'll get heads up when we go live, so be sure to do that. I think that's it. Thank you so much to everybody who contributed tonight. Alora, I'll talk to you later. And Mouse, we will be getting your custom NPC in next session, which I'm very excited about. And we are all crossing our fingers that our dear, dear Harland has a voice next week so that he can join us for this adventure. Next week, chapter 48, we will... yeah, we're getting close to 50. We should do something fun for 50.
We should.
Weren't we talking about doing Everyone is Pinball?
No, that's episode 69.
Yeah,
That's right.
Episode
That's right.
69 is Everyone is Pinball.
Yes. So please, everyone who joined us, thank you so much. Please be sure to follow us, tell your friends if you like the show, because that's how people find out about things. We hope you have a very safe rest of your evening, the rest of your week. We will be here same time next week, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern, here on We Are Nerdsmith. And please, please do us all a favor and be good to each other. All right. Good night, everybody. To be continued. Bye-bye.